Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei has Sairaorg's Sacred Gear Regulus Nemea and Holy Sword Joyeuse Part 2. Before we start, please go support RevansStories for writing that awesome fanfic. The Lion of Vatican 14. Leon, I'm home, Issei declared as he entered the apartment. He was a little tired due to schoolwork, a meeting with the other faction's representatives, and having to stop at the grocery store to get bread and a few other things. He didn't get a response from the lion girl and wasn't bothered at all by this. The reason why was because this was their usual. He comes home, announces his presence, and about 2 to 3 minutes later, she would finally greet him. Closing the door behind him, Issei released a sigh. Today was basically in a way his day off. There were no stray devils to deal with or any other monsters, and the stray exorcists haven't been sighted since his encounter with the black-armored warrior and Kuoh. He would have liked to spend this day with Kuoh, but she and Rias had a project that they needed to do, so she wasn't going to be home until 8. Issei walked into the kitchen and set the grocery bags down. He didn't have anything that needed to be refrigerated, so he didn't bother putting them away. He simply left them on the counter with the intention of putting them away later. Moving out of the kitchen, Issei made his way to the bedroom. As he passes by the living room, he glances over at the couch to see if Leon was there, only to find that she isn't, which lead him to believe that she was sleeping on the bed. I wonder what she does all day, he mumbled to himself. I mean, we're gone for most of the day, and there's not much to do here besides watching TV. Well, I guess there is sleeping, but still. He trailed off as he opened the door to the bedroom. Upon opening the door, Issei's eyes practically popped out of his sockets. Laying on the bed playing with herself was Leon. He couldn't see her nether regions due to her hand and her laying on her side, but it was clear as day what she was doing. Issei, she moaned in a low tone that he barely heard. Issei started as he rubbed the back of his neck and looked away. He didn't know what to do and wasn't sure if this was an invasion of privacy. I mean, I did say that I was home, maybe she didn't hear me? He said. Hearing Issei's voice, Leon stopped masturbating and lazily looked in his direction. She had assumed she imagined his voice, so when saw him, her eyes grew. Issei? She said. Her voice was mixed with shock and relief. Hey Leon, he said, his gaze remaining on the wall to his left. I'm home, just letting you know. Good, she immediately declared. Issei needs to mate. If his eyes didn't pop out of his sockets yet, they did now. Glancing at her, he said, Huh! What do you mean I need to mate? Mating season, was her response, her face changing to a serious but cute one. What made her even cuter was how she talked. She spoke in a soft, quiet but firm manner. What are you, oh? He began before realizing what she was implying. I forgot that you're basically in heat. Leon in response smiled and wagged her finger at him, telling him to come here. At this, Issei gulped. He didn't think this situation was going to happen. I'm guessing I don't have a choice in this matter? He asked, a tinge of doubt in his voice. Nope, she sweetly replied. Issei hummed as he approached the bed. He had thought about telling her that he wasn't in the mood, but then he realized that would be selfish. She considered him her mate, and therefore he needed to attend to her needs. I'm sorry I forgot about you being in mating season, he said as Leon flipped herself over to where she was facing him, and on all fours. It's fine, she said with a small wave of her hand before placing her hands on his pants zipper. She was sitting on her knees, and due to her being tall, Leon was at Issei's height, which made realize once again that she is very tall. While she was unzipping and unbuckling his pants, Issei said, So how was your day? It was good, she replied as she pulled his pants down. What about yours? It was alright, I guess, he replied as she began to take his boxers down. Kuoh isn't going to be home until later today. She and Rias have this project that they need to do for one of their classes, so. He trailed off. Leon hummed her response as she got down on her belly. Lemon skipped. Issei was going to say that they could, but then realized it would be somewhat impossible due to her being practically naked all the time along with being super tall. I don't know about that, he admitted with a frown as he avoided to look at her. I mean, you'd kind of stick out and draw attention with your lion-like appearance. Oh, was all she said. He could hear the small bit of sadness in her voice which made him wince. He didn't want to be a jerk or rude, but it was true. A silence passed between them. Issei didn't know or have anything else to say on the matter. Meanwhile, Leon was trying to come up with other things they could do, but so far couldn't think of anything. She had never asked him of his interests, so she didn't know what he liked. After about a minute of silence, Issei spoke. Well, I think I'm. Issei, may I come with you on your next hunt? She interrupted. Come with me on my next hunt? He said aloud as he thought about it. What do you mean, my next hunt? Stray devil hunt, she answered. Oh, came his response. He didn't see the problem with it, and it would be a great way to see what she could do. Sure, I have no problem with that. Also, it isn't just stray devils. Sometimes I have to deal with demons and other monsters. Issei knows what I'm saying, though, she replied with a lovely smile. Yeah, I guess I do, he said with his own smile. Issei awoke from his slumber to find himself in a strange position. His hands were chained to a wooden podium, and sitting on the bench directly in front of him was Delio Gesualdo, Vasco Strata, and the Pope. Where am I? Issei asked as he looked around, only to see on his left and right sitting in stands were exorcists, nuns, priests, and holy maidens, all of whom were casting him disapproving looks. You're in Vatican City, Delio answered, causing Issei to look back at him. And you're about to begin your trial. Trial? What trial? Issei questioned with fear in his voice. What's going on? Silence, heretic, a man on Issei's left shouted. How dare you act like this after what you did? A female on his right yelled. He shouldn't even be given a trial, he should be crucified and made an example. A man on his right roared. Yeah, crucify him already, came the voice of several people. As Issei looked around the room once again, some members of the church began to chant, crucify him, causing Issei to frown. He didn't know what they were talking about at all. There will be order in this council room, Vasco declared as he slammed his fist onto his armchair and glared at the people sitting in the stands, prompting the room to fall silent. Knight Issei Hyoudou, you are on trial for the attack you lead on Vatican City, the Pope stated, making Issei's go wide due to shock. I attacked the church? He said aloud. Latched to his voice was disbelief. No, that's impossible. There's no way I would betray God and the church. You try to deny the crime? Heresy, a priest from his left yelled as he stood up and waved his fist at him. I didn't do anything. I have no idea what you all are talking about, Issei cried out as people began calling Issei a liar. Delio, please tell them that it wasn't me and that they got the wrong person. Delio stared at Issei with disappointment. Issei, I was the one that stopped you. I considered you a younger brother, and you betrayed us. You betrayed humanity. No, I would never do that, Issei protested as he shook his head side to side, tears starting to fall down his face. I would never betray humanity. Traitor. Heretic. Betrayer. These were the words that they hurled at Issei that caused him to fall to his knees and clench his fists. I would never betray humanity. He started as he felt waves of power surge through his body. It is you all who have betrayed humanity, who have betrayed me. Closing his eyes, he mumbled. Echo through the skies, the roar of my raging soul. Issei, wake up. Regulus roared, forcing Issei to wake up. He was covered in sweat, and he was huffing and puffing. What? Where am I? Issei questioned as he looked around in confusion. You're in your bedroom. You were having a nightmare and started the chant of a form you should never do. Regulus answered, his voice filled with fear and concern. Started the chant? Issei repeated. He didn't understand what was going on at all. All he remembered was a dream about being in Vatican City and being called a traitor. Yes, you began the chant for Break Down the Beast, a move you shouldn't even know about, Regulus said, his tone switching to a more serious one. Break down the beast? Regulus, you're not making any sense. And where is Leon? Issei asked. Leon went back to the familiar forest. She'll be back later on tonight. he quickly answered. Now back to the topic at hand, how the hell do you know that chant Issei? Regulus, I don't know what you're talking about, I seriously have no idea what's going on, Issei stated with traces of agitation in his voice. He was a little taken back by Regulus' callousness. Regulus didn't say anything for a couple of minutes. Eventually, though, he released a sigh and spoke. Issei, break down the beast is a form that you should never go in. It's a double-edged sword, and something they call the forbidden move. It's something you should never go in. I still have no idea. Let me explain then, Regulus interrupted, irritation seeping into his voice. Break down the beast grants you an abundant amount of power and strength, but it comes at a price. You lose your sanity and your mind. It's a form that has killed many users in the past. A form that I don't want you going in at all. And what you're saying is that I tried to activate this in my sleep? Issei questioned. He was still confused about what was going on but decided it was best to listen to Regulus. Yes, Regulus replied. I still don't know how you know the chant, but I can figure that out later. Right now you need to promise me that you'll never enter that form at all. Regulus. This isn't something to discuss, Issei. If you enter that form at all, you won't just attack your enemies. You will attack the people you're trying to defend. That form is called the forbidden form for a reason. Now promise me you won't ever attempt to go into it. Regulus practically roared the last part, but Issei could detect the plead inside of his voice. I promise. The Lion of Vatican 15. Aquino watched Issei's chest rise and then lower. As of lately, Issei's dreams had been nothing but nightmares really, making it nearly impossible for him to get the sleep he needs. Her eyes slowly drifted away from his chest and landed on his face. His expression was one devoid of all emotion, signifying that nothing was going on. Issei, Aquino spoke in a quiet manner, her voice filled with concern. She knows Issei is trying his best to act like nothing is going on, but she's worried sick for him. The problem was that she didn't know what to do. She couldn't really do anything besides comfort him and tell him everything is all right. As if he heard her, Issei's eyes began to flutter open. Her lips curved slightly upward seeing this. Hey sleepyhead, she playfully greeted. Aquino? Well, where are we? He questioned, confusion latched to his voice. We're in the clubroom, remember? She answered, her small grin never wavering. You said you were feeling kind of tired, and I suggested that you take a nap. Not even a couple of minutes later you were passed out in my lap. Oh, came his response as he looked away. Anyways, what did you dream about? Aquino asked after several seconds of silence. She didn't like how Issei was trying to hide these nightmares and felt it would be better if he told Rias and Sona, but Issei made it clear that he didn't want others knowing about it. I dreamt of a zombie apocalypse, he mumbled after a few seconds, his face flushed with embarrassment. He found the dream to be a somewhat childish one. We managed to get out of Kuoh and found us an island where we lived for I believe the rest of our lives. Yufufu, you believe? She said, traces of amusement in her voice. You're not sure? Well, I kind of woke up in the middle of it, so I'm a bit unsure, Issei answered as his face became even redder. Oh, well, did anything happen on this island? She asked. Issei wasn't a fool and picked up the mischief in her voice. Nope, nothing at all, he quickly stated as he shook his head. Oh, that's too bad, Aquino playfully said as she slowly dragged a finger down his cheek. I was wanting to hear all your dirty thoughts, my little closet pervert. Closet pervert? Issei repeated. He spoke in a somewhat annoyed and angry tone. I'm no pervert, and I don't have any dirty thoughts. Do you want to have Hex on Rias' desk? Aquino interrupted, a lustful glint in her eyes. She had said that on the spot, but after thinking about it she kind of wanted to do it. The thought of having Hex on her king's massive desk was for some reason a turn-on for her. Issei was speechless. He didn't know why Aquino suggested that all of a sudden, but had a feeling that he had to choose his answer wisely. No, he said, his tone full of uncertainty. Yufufu, you sound conflicted, she said, her grin getting even bigger. Are you secretly wanting to do it? Issei stammered. He didn't know how to respond to this at all. On one side he was kind of wanting to do it with her, but on the other side, he was not wanting to do it with her to prove that he isn't a pervert. Leaning down, she whispered into his ear. "It's okay. I'm fine with you being my little pervert." "I'm not a pervert though," he mumbled, irritation latched to his voice. "You fufu." She giggled before kissing his cheek. "Akino, Issei, do you mind telling me?" Sona said as she opened the door to the room only to stop speaking when her eyes landed on the couple. Standing directly behind her were Rias, Kaneko, Kiba, her queen, and Kalawarner. Era, it seems like we're in trouble, Issei," Akino said with amusement as she sat up. Nothing was happening. I was just tired, so Akino allowed me to use her lap as a pillow," Issei declared as he quickly sat up. "Didn't look that way to me," the busted blue-haired woman said as she crossed her arms under her bust. "It looked like she was about to start making out with you." Issei noticed the scowl appear on Akino's face upon the fallen angel addressing them. He had completely forgotten that Akino was giving them the cold shoulder and forgotten to ask her why she despised the fallen angels so much. "Anyways," Sona began as she and the others entered the room. "I came to ask why you two decided to skip your last class, but you seemed to answer that for me, Issei." "Wait, how do you know I'm not lying?" Issei said with a bit of skepticism. He didn't expect her to believe him at all in this subject. He had seen the movies and shows of people walking in on somebody. "Member of the church," spoke the short white-haired girl as she sat down on the couch across from them while pulling out a bag of cookies. "Plus Issei isn't that perverted." "Why thank you, wait, hold up, what do you mean that perverted?" "I'm not perverted at all," Issei started before realizing that she said he was perverted. He was seriously starting to get annoyed with people calling him a pervert, and was sure that the next person who calls him a pervert is getting a B down. "Oh really?" Kalawarner said as she approached, hovered over Issei from behind. "So if I asked to have hex with you right now, you wouldn't agree?" "Yes, because he wouldn't do it with an old crow," Akino stated in a firm tone as she grabbed a hold of Issei as if to stop her from taking him. "She did not just call her old," Issei said to himself as he noticed the look in Kalawarner's eyes turn from seductive to divine hatred. "Akino, that was uncalled for," Rias practically yelled as she stood up from her chair that she just sat down on. She was trying her best to forget that Issei and Akino almost had hex in their clubroom when she heard this. "No, I want to hear what she said again," Kalawarner said as she glared at the raven-haired girl, a murderous aura starting to seep out of her. "Perhaps she shouldn't say it again," Kiba suggested while rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah, I agree with him," Issei quickly stated as he felt Akino's grip on him tighten along with a killer aura. He didn't want to fear for his life, but he was right now in between two women who were about to go at it, so he was kind of scared. "Ms. Kalawarner, can you please just ignore Akino's comment?" Sona requested as she pinched her nose. She was annoyed and irritated by this behavior. "Akino needs to apologize for that comment," Rias stated in a serious manner. Rias didn't like this due to her knowing Akino's past, but she is her king and she can't allow Akino to make these comments, even if she is her best friend. After what felt like minutes of the two of them glaring, Akino released a sigh and begrudgingly said, "I'm sorry, that was uncalled for." Kalawarner didn't say anything much to Issei's dismay. She just continued to stare at Akino, which made her stare at him as well. Anyway, Sona, how's the stray exorcist hunt? We've had no progress with them," Issei questioned as he squirmed out of Akino's grasp. It wasn't that he didn't like being in Akino's arms, it was the fact that the two were still glaring at one another. "Bad, we've yet to find any traces of them," Sona said as she adjusted her glasses. "It's almost like they've disappeared," Tsubaki added. Where do you guys think they could have gone?" Issei questioned as he rubbed his chin and did his best to ignore Kalawarner's and Akino's glares they were giving each other. "I doubt they've left Kuoh, but then again it is a possibility." "I agree, you said that their boss has plans, but don't want you getting in their way," Rias pointed out. "That is true, the one who appeared to be their leader did say that," Issei stated before frowning. "Damn it, I really wish I didn't attack him now. I probably could have found out what their intentions were if I waited." "You did the right thing," Calawarner declared, causing Issei to look at her with surprise. For all you know, the man was planning on shooting you mid-sentence. You saw an opportunity, and you seized it, so don't beat yourself up about it. I guess, but… She's right, Issei. Kiba agreed. You never know what could happen in situations like those. Issei didn't say anything after that. None of this was making sense to him. The constant dealing with stray devils, the stray exorcists, a human with a sacred gear, Kuroka and her friend, all of these things were going on, and he just didn't know what to do or how to handle these things all at once. Well, until we spot them again, there's nothing we can do about them, Sona said with a sigh. She didn't like that stray exorcists were running around in Kuoh at all, but she also didn't want to send her peerage after them. For all she knew, they could be walking into a trap, and that was a risk she wasn't willing to take. I reluctantly have to agree with Sona. Until we hear about them again, then there's nothing we can do, Rias stated with a frown. I'm really starting to get annoyed with all of this bullshit, Issei said with a scowl after clicking his tongue in annoyance. He didn't care if he cursed, he was frustrated and tired of these problems. Akino, however, did care. She grabbed his cheek and pinched it as hard as she could. Ow, he cried out as she let go of his cheek. What was that for? I told you I don't like it when you say bad words. It's not like you, she said as she crossed her arms and gave him a serious look. Issei didn't bother replying, he simply ignored his friend's laughs and giggles. Anyways, I'm going to take my leave, Sona said after the laughter died down. Issei, Akino tried to act professionally when at school, okay? I understand you two love each other, but you don't need to have Hex at school. We weren't. Yofufu, I don't know if we can keep that promise, Akino said, prompting Issei to shoot her an annoyed look. Just try to, okay? Sona said with a sigh. Okay, Issei reluctantly agreed as Akino giggled. He didn't like how they were thinking he would do that type of stuff, but there was no point arguing with her. There was no way he could change her mind and make her think that he wasn't a super pervert or something like that. My lord and savior, I come here on my knees again seeking your help. Issei started as he fell on his knees and looked at the broken crucifix. I know it's selfish of me to ask this, but I ask you I beg you to rid me of these nightmares that I face. He pleaded as he clasped his hands in front of him. He had been trying to act like nothing was wrong in front of everyone, including Akino, but in reality he was terrified and scared. He had lied to Akino sometimes to prevent her from worrying about him, and the guilt of that as well had been driving him insane. He didn't want people to worry about him, but it was becoming nearly impossible for him. I don't know if this is a test or what, but I'm begging you, please make them stop. I can't handle them, Issei said as tears started to form. It's practically killing me, and I don't know how long I can keep on pretending that nothing is wrong. Tears started to fall down onto his hands as he covered his face with them. Do you know how much pain I'm in? Practically every night is nothing but torment and suffering. It's tearing me apart. Regulus, who had been silently listening to Issei, felt sadness for his host. Out of all the hosts, he liked to consider Issei his favorite one. He wanted to help Issei, but he didn't know how to really. All he could do was wake Issei up and comfort him. He couldn't cure him of nightmares. Regulus, however, wasn't the only one who was listening to Issei. Appearing before Issei through a white cross was Lady Gabriel. Lady Gabriel, Issei said with surprise as he slowly removed his hands from his face. Issei, she said as she began to get on her knees, only to be stopped by Issei. Lady Gabriel, your gown will get dirty, he cried out. Issei no longer cared for his problems at the moment. He couldn't allow someone this holy to dirty their attire for him. It's okay, Issei, she replied as she attempted to get on her knees once again, but was stopped by Issei. No, I can't allow that. You're a seraph, and I can't let a seraph get their clothes dirty because of me, he declared. Issei never thought he would be talking to an angel like this, and was hoping she could forgive him for this. Issei, you're in pain, she said softly, causing Issei to instinctively flinch. Let me help you. How? He asked with traces of fear in his voice. First I would need to get on my knees, Gabriel stated with a small smile. She appreciated his concern for her gown, but that was something trivial, and something he shouldn't fret about. But it's okay, Issei. I came here to help you, let me help you, she said in the same gentle voice as she began to get on her knees. This time Issei didn't stop her. How will you get rid of them? He asked. He knew he could trust Gabriel, but he was still terrified. However, he wasn't terrified of her. Issei was afraid that this wasn't going to work. Lay on my lap, Gabriel stated, making Issei's go wide from shock. What? Lady Gabriel. Issei, it's okay. Just trust me, she interrupted. With great reluctance, Issei turned himself around and rested his head on her lap. His eyes were closed, and he didn't dare open them, for hovering right above his face was her breasts. Okay, Gabriel started as she placed her hands on the sides of his head. I want you to relax, Issei. Keep your eyes closed and relax your muscles, okay? Oh, okay, he replied, a streak of red spread across his face. Good, now I want you to take deep breaths. Breathe in and breathe out, Gabriel stated. Issei didn't say anything, he simply followed her instructions. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and Brea. Breathe in and breathe. Issei opened his eyes to find himself in a large white room. There was nothing but whiteness. Well, where am I? He questioned as he looked around. Am I in my mind? Regulus, are you here? Can you hear me, Regulus? He asked himself before shouting at the top of his lungs for his sacred gear. You're quite noisy, aren't you? Spoke a voice from behind, causing Issei to whirl around and see himself. What? Who are you? Issei demanded as he looked at himself with shock. The person looked exactly like Issei. The only difference between the two of them was that the doppelganger was wearing his priest's garbs, while Issei was wearing nothing. I'm you, the clothed Issei said. Well, more of I'm the church part of you. What? He means he is the exorcist part of you. Came another voice, this one a bit deeper. Issei quickly whirled himself around and was met with the sight of another Issei, this one wearing a fancy suit. Who are you? Issei questioned as he looked at the man. He didn't know why, but this Issei creeped him out a bit. Oh, I'm basically the devil, you. I'm what you will become if you join a peerage, the doppelganger stated with a devilish smile. As if we would betray the church. The exorcist Issei spat as he looked at the devil Issei with pure disgust. Our loyalty to God is undying. We're his holy soldiers. Ugh, why would we want to be a part of your two factions? A third voice came. This one had traces of boredom in his voice. Unlike the other versions of Issei, this one had 10 black as night angel wings sprouting from his back. My fallen angel version of me? Issei said with a tinge of doubt. He didn't know what was going on, but this was just getting more and more confusing for him. Why was he having so many copies of him? Because then he would have all the women he wants, he would have all the power he wants, and have slaves to do his bidding, the devil Issei declared, causing all the other Isseis to look at him with distaste. Alright, can someone explain what's going on? I really don't understand what's going on here, Issei said as he looked at all three of them. Don't you understand, Issei? Came a fourth voice, this one being very deep and somewhat pharaoh-like. We're in a way, how should I put it? You're conscious in a way. Yes, that's what I would call of us. Issei didn't know what he was looking at. This version of him was an abomination. It was tall, had long hair that looked like a mane, sharp teeth that made him look like a saber-tooth, lion-like claws and feet. One of its eyes was that of a lion while the other was human. It had fur on some parts of its body as well, along with a pair of lion ears and a tail as well. What are you? Issei demanded as he stepped away from the hideous thing. I'm you. I'm what you could be if you accept lionification, it declared with excitement in its voice. If you just accepted the lion, then we could be born. What are you talking about? Issei questioned as he took another step away from the creature. He didn't see this, but all the other versions of him took a step towards him. Think about it. It started as it moved towards him. If you gave away more parts of you to that of the lion, then we can become the deadliest creature on the planet. We would be an alpha. You're not making any sense. Why become that when you could become a devil? The devil, Issei asked with a smirk still on his face. All you have to do is talk to Rias, and you could be reincarnated. You'd no longer have to follow anyone's rules. You would be able to do whatever you want with no consequences. Don't listen to these filthy creatures. The exorcist, Issei shouted as he grabbed a hold of Issei's left arm. These creatures are vermin, devils, fallen angels. All of them are disgusting and filthy. Remember our objective, we're to purge these creatures, kill them all. Kill that redhead hitch, kill that fallen angel slut, kill that smart ass, kill them all and be loved by God. Why listen to these cunts? The fallen angel, Issei questioned as he grabbed a hold of Issei's right arm. Buck all of their bullshit. If you become a fallen angel, then you will have free will. Those cunts try to tempt you with this and that, but I offer you true freedom. Become a fallen angel and be a free man. As Issei tried to break free from their grasps, more versions of Issei started to appear and latch onto him. All of them shouting what he should do, each different from the other one. Get off of me! Issei yelled as he tried to free himself, only to end up failing. Eventually, he started to sink into the pure white flooring with his doppelgangers. I said get off of me, stop! He cried out as he continued to struggle, but the attempts were fruitless. His copies stuck to him and shouted, Become us! As more and more of him seeped into the ground, the room began to darken. Bucking, get off of me, I won't become you guys, get the buck off of me, someone help me, Regulus, please help! Issei screamed with defiance before freaking out. Once the majority of his upper body was dragged under, Issei began to cry. He hated these versions of them, and didn't want to give in to their wishes. He didn't want to become this diehard exorcist, or an angel, or this devil, or this lion, or demon, or anything like that. He wanted to be human. Issei, spoke a soft voice, causing Issei to look up and see Lady Gabriel hovering above him. Due to him crying, he couldn't make out her facial expression, but he knew that was Gabriel. La Lady Gabriel? He asked as he ceased sinking into the floor. Everything is going to be okay, just close your eyes and breathe, she stated. You need to relax? But trust me, Issei, she said with a smile. Oh, okay, Issei said as he closed his eyes, relaxed his muscles, and took deep breaths. Good, just breathe in and breathe out, Gabriel stated as a pure white ball formed in between her hands. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and Brea. Breathe in and breathe. Upon opening his eyes, Issei was welcomed by the sight of Lady Gabriel. She had a small smile on her face as she stared at him. Hello, Issei, she greeted him with her usual soft voice. Lady Gabriel, Issei murmured. He didn't know why, but he felt tired. Emotionally, physically, and mentally. I don't think you're going to be bothered by those nightmares any longer, Issei, Gabriel affirmed as she began to run her hand through. Issei didn't say anything. His mind was preoccupied with the fact that she was petting him. It's something we're going to have to look into, but you should be able to sleep peacefully now, she continued, pulling him out of his thoughts. Huh, what do you mean? What was the problem? Issei questioned with traces of confusion in his voice. I don't know yet, but I believe someone was using dark magic against you. Dark magic that hasn't been seen for 700 years, she declared, causing Issei's eyes to widen. But it's not a problem anymore. As long as you keep this on you, you should be fine. That will protect you, Issei, okay? She said as she pointed to his cross. Oh, okay, but what did you do? He asked with a confused look. It's a secret, Issei, but I pinky promise I'll tell you one day, Gabriel stated. All right then, he said with uncertainty. He wouldn't lie. A part of him was glad that she helped him, but another part of him was wanting to know what happened. All he remembered was her telling him to breathe in and breathe out, really. The Lion of Vatican 16. This is very interesting, spoke the blonde-haired male as he continued to examine the black orb made up of pure darkness. And you say you pulled all of this out of Issei Hyoudou? Yes. Gabriel answered her brother with a nod. Upon her return to heaven, she immediately looked for her brother Raphael. The seraph is heaven's chief medical officer and considered to be the smartest angel in heaven. Do you know how long this has been inside of him? He asked as he looked at her. I have no idea, Gabriel admitted with a frown. The last time he went to the church with a prayer like that was when he was conflicted. Since then his prayers were only minor ones. I see, Raphael replied as his attention shifted back to the black orb. He had seen this type of magic a long time ago, and was on Earth when the last dark magic user was defeated and killed, so how did it come back? All traces of it were either destroyed or sealed away in Vatican City. I don't know if I got all of it out of him, Gabriel confessed, causing him to look back at her with surprise. I believe I did, but I wasn't sure, so I placed a ward on his cross. As long as he wears his cross or keeps it on him, it shouldn't spread and give him nightmares. Well, that was smart of you to do, Raphael said as his gaze softened. I'm just more impressed that Issei was able to survive its corruption. The person who was attacking Issei was trying their hardest to corrupt him, but what were they trying to force him to do? That I don't know either, Gabriel said as she felt tears start to form. All I know was that Issei was in pain. Raphael quickly embraced his sister. He had seen what dark magic does to people, and knew that removing it from people wasn't easy at all. In fact, it was the opposite. He was suffering. Raphael, Issei, was he? It's okay, Gabriel, Raphael softly said. Issei isn't suffering anymore, and it's all because of you. You helped him, and saved his life. But still, I've never felt or seen someone in so much pain, Gabriel stated as she tightened her grip on her brother and continued to cry into his chest. Raphael didn't say anything. Gabriel may be a 12-winged angel, but she wasn't a violent being. She had fought in the Great War a few times, but the majority of her time was spent in heaven taking care of her injured brothers and sisters. I know, but he won't be in pain any longer because you're protecting him, Raphael said in a comforting manner. He's no longer going to experience that pain, and neither will you because you're going to be there and protect him. Gabriel said nothing in response. She just continued to cry in her brother's arms. Is anyone else getting really bucking tired of sitting here and doing nothing? Fried demanded as he looked at his comrades with an annoyed expression. Like for real, we're in a place full of shitty devils, and instead of killing them, we're sitting here with our hicks in our hands doing nothing. I kind of enjoy the peace and quiet, one of them stated as he shrugged his shoulders. He was a tall man unlike Fried, had broad shoulders, and a large X-like scar on his face. His hair color was black, and his hair was long enough to make a ponytail. Of course you would, Samuel, another stated while rolling his eyes. He wore priest garbs like everyone else and was a man in his mid-30s. He had short spiky hair that was auburn, and in his hands was an erotic magazine. What's that supposed to mean, Emil? The now-named exorcist demanded as he got up from his chair and glared at the man. Oh boy, they're going at it again, a blonde one whispered to a brown-haired one. The two of them were currently playing chess. My money is on Emil this time, the brown-haired exorcist said as he moved one of his pawns. He didn't even bother looking away from the chessboard. Oi, both of you cut it off, Fried said as he got between two taller men. Now I don't mind watching people get their ass beaten the crap out of, but you two can't be bucking each other up, okay? Remember what happened to Ingvar when he disobeyed Malcolm? The two stared at each other for a couple of seconds before Samuel released a scoff and said, Whatever, you're not even worth it. You're one to talk, Emil said as he sat back down in his chair. Had Fried not mentioned their superior, he would have for sure kicked the taller man's ass. Fried watched the two for a couple of seconds before releasing a sigh. God, I'm going to kill one of these buckers one of these days. They act like they're the shit, but all they really are a bunch of pussies. I see you five are still getting along, that's nice, came a deep and masculine voice that all of them were familiar with. Directing their attention to the door, the five exorcists were greeted by the sight of a man that had 10 black angel wings sprouting from his back. He was a tall man over 6 feet tall, had pale white skin, pointy ears, long black hair, and wore a black robe with detailed accessories. Lord Kokabeel, the blonde shouted in surprise before falling to his knees. The other four didn't waste any time and quickly fell to their knees as well. "You all may rise, I've come to see Malcolm," he stated with a grin. He wasn't that too fond of humans, but he did like it when they showed him the respect he deserved. He is a fallen angel after all, and they are the strongest race, so it's only natural that they greet him like this. "Malcolm is in the room," Fried said as he pointed his thumb at the long corridor behind him. "He's been in there for a while now." "Has he now?" Kokabeel mused. "Yeah," Fried answered. He didn't like the fact that he had to bow and dirty his clothes for this guy, but he knew what would happen to him if he didn't show the fallen angel his respect that he quote-unquote deserves. The cadre hummed his response before walking past the exorcists. He was somewhat annoyed that the man didn't greet him personally, but he wasn't going to get mad at him. He was a being of understanding after all, and knew that work can sometimes make you lose track of time. Reaching the end of the corridor, the fallen angel was met by the sight of two large black doors. With no hesitation whatsoever, he quickly pushed the double doors open. The first thing the fallen angel saw was nothing but pure darkness. The room was completely dark. There were no traces of light at all. Kokabeel was familiar with this, and had seen it many times before. He knew what was going on and in all honesty didn't have the patience to deal with this. "Malcolm," Kokabeel shouted in annoyance. "Stop feasting, and come out right this second or else you'll—" As if the person he was looking for heard him, the black barrier of darkness started to disappear, and soon the fallen angel was welcomed by the sight of a short man. The man wore black robes with a copper-colored chest plate and copper vambraces. Going down the center of his black robes was a copper line that matched his armor. He wore a copper and black-colored mask that encased the man's face with only a black-tinted visor for him to see through. In the man's right hand was a spear-like staff. The spear's blade was a dark steel color and was pretty thin. It was somewhat long, nearly reaching 2.5 feet. The design was strange though because of the thin gap going down the center of the blade. The shaft of the spear was a dark steel color as well, and had a black lining that matched the small black orb that was at the pommel of the spear. "Is there something you need, my lord?" Malcolm questioned. His voice was deep due to his mask, and his tone was full of irritation. "Malcolm, you wound me with that tone of yours," Kokabeel stated as he placed a hand on his heart and pretended to be hurt. "I was enjoying my feasting until you interrupted it," Malcolm stated as he pointed to the husk of a human that was chained to a table behind him. "I told you I don't like it when people interrupt my feasting." "Well, I did tell you I was coming today," Kokabeel replied with traces of amusement as he marched towards the short man. "But that doesn't matter. I want to hear how's it going with Issei. Did you finally corrupt him?" "No, in fact, we've run into a problem," Malcolm admitted, causing the fallen angel to frown. "Earlier today someone extracted the majority of the darkness I placed into him. I don't know who or how they figured it out, but they've also placed a barrier on him which is preventing it from growing." Kokabeel released a sigh of annoyance. Dark magic was very confusing. It was probably the most confusing one of them all. Even he didn't understand, and he had Malcolm explain it multiple times to him. "But there's still some that reside in him, right?" "Yes, but with that barrier on him I can't corrupt him," Malcolm declared, earning a groan from the cadre. "I still don't understand why you want me to corrupt him, when I could easily feast on him." "Because I wanted him as a subordinate, you fool," Kokabeel stated, irritation seeping into his voice. "He's strong for a human, and would be a great weapon to wield in the war to come." Kokabeel didn't see this due to the mask, but Malcolm rolled his eyes. "TCH, do you think?" "No, not unless that barrier was taken off of him," the short man sternly stated. "Well then," the fallen angel said as he began to think of what to do. He still wanted the Lion of Vatican to join his side, but he also didn't want to waste any more time on the boy. "So, am I allowed to feast on the boy now as well as those devils?" Malcolm asked with a tinge of hope in his voice. "The devils I've already told you are off limits. I personally want to deal with them, but Issei on the other hand you may do as you please with him. You can feast on him, Corrupt him, kill him, I don't care anymore as long as he's taken out of the picture, Kuoh stated with a wave of his hand. At this Malcolm laughed. After weeks of attempting to corrupt the wielder of Regulus Nemea, he was finally going to be able to feast on him. Oh, how I'm going to enjoy this feast. I wonder what your soul tastes like. Is it going to be bitter like some people, or is it going to be sweet and enriching? Oh, and I forgot to mention this, Kuoh said as he stopped at the doorway, pulling Malcolm from his thoughts. But don't harm the fallen angels, they're just following Azazel's orders. When the time comes, I'll offer them a choice. The only person you're to harm and kill is Issei Hyoudou. Is that clear? Fine by me. I don't like to feast on you fallen angels. It's not as tasty as human and angel souls, Malcolm said with a shrug. Do you think we could meet up this weekend? I don't have anything to do and was wondering if you wanted to go on our second date. Issei stared at the text for about 30 seconds. In that course, he had typed up several responses, and deleted several responses. I want to say yes, but I think I should talk to Akino first, otherwise, I think she might freak out, Issei thought. Let me get back to you on that subject later tonight, he mumbled as he typed out his response. With that being his response, Issei shoved his phone in his pocket only to look up and see Akino right in front of staring directly at him. Due to him not sensing her at all, Issei immediately released a yelp as he attempted to get some distance from her, but due to being in a desk he ended up hitting it with his legs. Yufufu, that was very manly of you, she said with her usual smile. Issei didn't really feel any pain due to his skin no longer human, but his face became red of embarrassment. What are you doing here, Akino? He asked in a sheepish manner. Can't an upperclassman visit their juniors, or better yet? She started before getting right in his face to the point where they were breathing the same air. Can't a girl visit her boyfriend? Issei's face became even redder as he heard some of the people whisper amongst themselves. Some of the guys cursed his name and murmured how he was lucky, while some of the girls talked about how they want a relationship like that or how they're jealous of Akino. Yes, I mean no. I don't know, he stammered before giving up and shrugging. Yufufu, you're really cute when you act like this, you know that, right? Akino said as she pulled away from him. I'm trying to improve on that, to be honest, Issei murmured as he looked away. He was trying to be more firm and stern-like, but when it came to Akino he just sometimes couldn't be like that. Well, she started as she sat on his desk, causing him to look back at her. I would prefer if you didn't change that. I like it when you're like this. That's only because you enjoy teasing me, he stated while crossing his arms. Yufufu, you know me so well, she replied with her usual smile that somehow managed to look even more beautiful than before. With his cheeks starting to get red again, he said, Anyways, it's kind of rare for you to come here. Is there something you need? I was wondering if you wanted to go somewhere with me after school. You know, just the two of us? Akino questioned with her own face becoming scarlet red. Issei had to do his best to resist telling the class to be quiet upon them, saying, Oh, the whole class didn't say this, but the majority of them did this. First you guys talk about how you're envious of us, and now you're acting like this? Seriously, what's up with you guys? He said to himself as he thought of his response. Sure, I guess. Yufufu, what was with that response? Are you perhaps nervous about what might happen on our date? Akino teasingly questioned. No. Okay, now I might be, he replied, earning another giggle from her. I would love to stay and chat, but I need to get to my next class, Issei, she said with a bit of sadness in her tone. Don't say things like that, Akino, he said with a faint blush. Especially like that, you'll make me sad. A small part hated that she had this kind of effect on him, but a large part of him loved that. It made him think that their love was real and that God approved of their love for each other. Akino's heart skipped several beats hearing that, and out of instinct or love, she grabbed a hold of Issei's face and practically yanked him out of his seat. Issei released a gasp as his legs hit the desk, and his first thought was that the desk was going to be tipped over, but those thoughts immediately vanished, for he had more pressing concerns. Akino's lips. His eyes were wide, while hers were closed. Her soft, plump lips. he thought as slowly began to close his eyes. He didn't know why, but this kiss felt different. They had kissed each other countless of times, but this one stood out along with another one. Their first one. The first time their lips connected, he didn't know what to think, but it was very sensational, and something inside of him changed. As he started returning the kiss, some of the boys began to hoot and holler as they took pictures while the rest stared with their jaws open or with envious looks. The girls on the other hand squealed and conversed their thoughts to one another while taking pictures. No one knew how long they planned on kissing, but the two were pulled out of it by the sound of the bell ringing. I'll see you later, Issei," Akino said before quickly storming off, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Why, yeah?" he said after she left the room. He had never seen Akino like that before. At least from what he could remember. He's seen her get embarrassed, but this was completely different. He couldn't describe it, but he just knew that this was different. He just knew. Issei was nodding his head repeatedly as he waited for Akino to arrive. He didn't know if Akino wanted him to meet her at the clubroom, or wait for her at the front of the school, or wait for her in his classroom, or go to her classroom and pick her up, or what. So he decided to wait at the front entrance. He did text her, and asked her for where they were going to meet up, but she hadn't read his message yet, which made him think that it's either broken, or the battery was dead. He assumed it was the latter because there had been multiple times in the past where her phone was off because of not charging it. The reason why he was bopping his head back and forth was because he was listening to music and the beat was good. However, because of him blasting it, Issei didn't hear the person walking up behind him. Issei?" spoke the person as they placed a hand on his shoulder, causing him to whirl around. It's Tsubasa?" he said in surprise as he took out his left earbud. "Hey," she said with a nervous wave of her hand. "Hey, what's up?" he asked after pausing his music. "Well, she started only to lose herself in his eyes. She had a plan, and today was the day where she was going to tell Issei, but just seeing him look at her like this caused that plan to go flying out the window. "Tsubasa, are you okay?" he questioned, his voice filled with concern. "You're acting kind of different." "I am?" she nearly shouted with surprise. "Yeah, in fact you look like you're sweating," he said as he moved closer to her, causing her face to become redder than a tomato. They had been close before, but this distance was too close and too much for her to handle. "Issei, do you have a fever? Like your entire face is red," he interrupted while continuing his examination of her. "I'm fine," Tsubasa blurted out as she pushed him away. The sudden force was enough to make him stumble. Whoa. "Issei," she said as she moved to stop him from falling, only to end up tripping on her own feet and falling forward. "Grah," Issei groaned as he looked down to see Tsubasa's face on the upper part of his abdomen. Her arms were on both sides of his legs, and her breasts were pressed up against his groin. "Yue?" he emitted as he stared at her. Due to him hitting his head, he was pretty sure he was hallucinating this, so he rubbed his eyes only to open them and see her still in the same position. Seeing this made him freeze. He remembered falling and her reaching out to him, so how did they wind up in this position? "Issei," spoke Tsubasa as she opened her eyes and looked up at him, her face not as red as before, but still red. "I'm sorry." It's fine. Really, we just tripped." "No, I'm not apologizing for that," she shouted before speaking in a quieter voice. "You're not?" he repeated with confusion. "What are you apologizing for then?" "You," she murmured very quietly, making it impossible to understand what she was saying really. "Huh?" he said as he tilted his head in confusion. "I said you?" she said in a louder tone, but still wasn't quite clear. "I can't understand you if you're speaking like that," he stated. Issei didn't know what she was trying to say, but he was starting to worry for her. "I said I like you," she repeated. This time she spoke in a loud and audible voice for him to understand. "Oh, well, yeah, I like you too." "No, you idiot, not like that type of like. I mean I like you," Tsubasa said with agitation leaking into her voice. "As in like love?" Issei said after a couple of seconds of thinking about it. He considered Tsubasa to be pretty cool. She may swear and things like that, but she was pretty fun to hang around with. Yeah, I've had feelings for you for a while now, but I thought I don't know what it was. Just forget about this, she confessed before sighing and getting up. Tsubasa, wait, he said as he grabbed her wrist, stopping her from rising to her feet. What? Tsubasa asked. It's not bad to have feelings for someone, he said, causing her to look back at him and see him smiling at her. There's no problem with liking someone like that. There might not be problems, but this is going to be awkward as hell now, she stated as she pointed at him and then her repeatedly. No, it's not, he affirmed. Yes, it is, you're going to be. I like you too, he declared, prompting her to shut up. What? What do you mean you like me? Like as in the way you like Akino? She asked as her face became red again. Well, that's a little difficult to answer if I'm being honest, Issei admitted with a frown. Akino is my first, and I don't think anyone could rival her in love-wise. I know that it's not the right mentality to have when you have a harem and growing or multiple lovers, but she does mean a lot to me. I see. It sounds like you really love her, Tsubasa said as a frown appeared on her face. She knew that he loved her, but hearing him say this made her sad. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I don't like you, he said, causing her to glance up and meet his gaze. I know this isn't the best of, confessions, but I do want you to know that I do like you too. I would like some time to think about this, if that's alright with you, she said after a few seconds of thinking. A part of her was happy to hear that Issei likes her in that way, but now she wasn't sure if it was worth it. Oh, yeah, that's fine, he replied. He wasn't expecting that, and was kind of confused with the sudden change of atmosphere, but decided not to question it. Quickly getting up, and rounding the stone wall's corner, Tsubasa marched away back to the school. After taking 7 steps she bumped into Akino, and to Akino's surprise she continued walking. Era? Akino said aloud as she watched Tsubasa for a few seconds. She had thought about asking her what was wrong, but after a couple more seconds of watching she decided not to. Sometimes it was better to leave people alone. Upon rounding the corner that Tsubasa appeared from, Akino was greeted by the sight of Issei up against the academy's walls with his hands on top of his head. Issei? She asked with traces of confusion in her voice. She didn't know what happened, but she could tell that Issei was upset about something. Reluctantly looking up, he said, Hey Akino. The tone confirmed it. Issei was upset. What's wrong, Issei? She questioned as she sat down next to him. I think I just hurt Tsubasa, he confessed. He didn't see the point of trying to avoid the subject. Akino was going to figure out one way or another, and plus he assumed it would be better to just tell her. How? Did you say something mean to her? Akino questioned, traces of concern trickling into her voice. The thought of teasing him did cross her mind, but she chose not to do that. Not exactly, she kind of confessed her feeling towards me, and I told her that I like her as well, but… He began to trail off as he looked at the ground with a frown. But? She asked, dragging out the word. I basically told her that you're my #1 girl and that no one could rival you, Issei admitted before pushing his hands against his face. Now a part of Akino was happy that Issei said that, but another part wasn't. She wondered what it would be like if she was in Tsubasa's place, and understood why she would be upset. He was in a way saying that no matter what this girl was going to be before you. Just give her some time, Issei. She just needs time to process this, Akino said with a bit of uncertainty in her voice. She wanted to give him some advice, but she didn't have a clue really what to say. Yeah, but I still feel bad about it, he replied with a frown. Hey, she started, causing him to look at her. Everything is going to be fine, Issei. Just give her a few days. All right, he said after a few seconds of silence. How about instead of going to the movies or something like that we go to an arcade or a place where we could have fun? Akino suggested after about a minute of silence. The arcade? He said in surprise. I mean, I was kind of wanting to go home. Come on, it'll be fun, she said with a smile. I don't. Please? she said with eyes that rivaled puppy eyes. Not being able to resist, Issei said. Fine, but I don't want to stay out all day. Akino, I say this with love, but you're someone I don't want to fight alongside with when it comes to fighting aliens, Issei said with a smile as the two of them exited the arcade. He didn't know what time it was due to his phone being dead, but he was pretty sure it was 7 or 8. Shut up, she said out of embarrassment. The game was just confusing, and they kept on swarming me. Pfft, the game was simple, you just sucked at playing it, he rebutted, traces of amusement in his voice. Well, I might suck at that, but you're terrible when it comes to fighting games, Akino stated, causing his smirk to disappear along with his laugh. Seeing his happiness disappear made Akino grin. Oh, nothing to say, Issei? Fighting games take no skill. It's all button mashing, he declared after several seconds of silence. At this, Akino giggled. When they went to play this game in Mortal Kombat, Issei got his ass handed to him on a platter. She didn't know how many times she beat him, but she enjoyed it. Especially when he got angry. Or it's because you simply suck, she stated. I don't suck, you suck, he said with a huff. Yufufu, that I do, she said in a teasing manner, making his cheeks to go a shade of red. I enjoyed our. Ow, Akino suddenly yelped as she slapped the back of her neck, causing him to look at her. You alright? He asked with concern. Yeah, it's just. She started but stopped after pulling what looked like to be a tranquilizing dart out of her neck. Issei? Akino, he cried out as she began to fall. Without any hesitation, he caught her. Akino, are you Elak? Feeling a painful sensation in his neck, Issei grabbed what he believed to be another tranquilizing dart and yanked it out of his neck. Looking at it, he noticed that there was still of the poison in it. Akino Iug, why do I feel so weak all of a sudden? He asked as his voice became more slurred and incomprehensible. His arms felt very weak, and because of this, he let go of Akino, causing her to crash into the ground. Wah, he started as he attempted to get up and look around, only to end up stumbling. Luckily, he was able to catch himself by landing on a wall. They had taken a shortcut through an alley, and all he needed to do was just move towards the end and call for help. Man, he's a fighter, do you see this, Fried? He's actually trying to fight the poison, came a voice, causing him to look up and see a figure a few meters in front of him. The man looked oddly familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Yeah, I'm actually surprised about that, spoke another figure as he appeared next to the man. The man was short, very short, and had white hair. Looks like he might need another dosage, Samuel. That's not a good idea, came a third voice from behind him, causing him to slowly turn around and see 3 other people standing next to Akino, who was looking directly at him. His eyes felt very heavy along with nearly everything else. His sense of feeling also seemed to be gone as well. What are you guys? He questioned in a sluggish manner as he attempted to move towards Akino, but ended up tripping and falling. Why did he feel so weak? Akino was in danger, she needed help. We're the guys who have come to collect you, one of them answered. He didn't know which one though. Yeah, our boss wants you, another stated. Their boss? Who's their boss, and what did they do to us? Issei asked himself. What did they do to Akino? You're probably wondering what we did to you, Fried stated with excitement in his voice as he approached Issei, who was on all fours trying to get to his feet. In short, we bucking paralyze you, but it seems like you need more. You are the bucking lion of Vatican, so it's understandable if you need a big boy treatment. With no warning whatsoever, Fried kicked Issei in the head, causing him to fall to roll onto his back. Fried, what are you? I'm knocking the bucker out. We can't bucking drag this hitch around if he's conscious, Fried yelled with traces of annoyance. Plus, don't you bucks want to get back on this bucker? He's killed 2 of us, and the boss doesn't care how we get him as long as we bring him to him alive. That being said, Fried turned his attention to Issei, who had gotten to his side. I need to protect Akino, he murmured to himself as he attempted to get on all fours, only to receive another kick from the short man. Akino watched helplessly as the other attackers appeared in her line of sight. She wanted to do something. She wanted to get up and kill these men, but she couldn't. Her body wasn't responding to her. All she could do was watch as Issei was beaten. She watched them as they kicked him in the face. She watched them as they kicked him in the abdomen. She watched as they stomped on him. And she watched as Issei tried to reach out to her. Akino tried to tell them to stop, but the words wouldn't come out of her mouth. Nothing came out of her mouth. She didn't know if she was crying, but she felt like her heart was being torn apart. Issei, the man she fell in love with, was getting beaten senseless, and she couldn't do anything to save him. Except watch. Eventually, they stopped hitting him, but that was after his eyes closed and his face became nothing but purple and red. "Hey, that felt good," Fried said with a smirk as he stared at the unconscious male. "Yeah, it did," another happily agreed. "What should we do with the devil girl?" One of them questioned as he looked at Akino, started causing all of them to turn around and look at her. "I don't know, we leave her?" Samuel said with a shrug. "Samuel, are you really that bucking heartless?" Fried said as he cast the tall man a disapproving look. "That girl is obviously in pain and needs to be comforted." Akino's eyes went wide as the short man began approaching her, his smirk getting bigger each step to the point it reached both ears. "You're not suggesting what I think you are you?" The blonde one of the group questioned as he moved towards the two of them. "You saw the melons on her, you all saw them," Fried said with glee as glanced at each one of them. "Plus, the boss said we're not supposed to kill them, he never said we could have fun with them." The others looked at one another with uncertainty. Neither of them could disagree with the man's statement. "Come on, don't you guys think we should reward ourselves after a good day's work?" Fried said in a reasoning manner before directing his attention to Akino, only to finally notice that she was crying. "Oh," he said as he crouched down and grabbed her chin, forcing her to look at him. "Are you perhaps afraid of what's to come?" Akino didn't reply, she couldn't reply, but he could tell by her eyes that she was terrified. Seeing this made his smile appear once again. "You know, for a devil you're pretty hexy," he started as he pulled out a knife that was attached to his belt. The other exorcists watched with interest as Fried grabbed a hold of her shirt and began cutting off. Once they saw the hexy black lace bra underneath her shirt, their interest increased by tenfold, and they approached the two with perverted grins. "I wonder, was that perhaps your boyfriend?" Fried said aloud as he put away his knife. "I bet it was." "Don't worry," he said in a cooing manner as he brought his face next to hers. "I'll be your boyfriend for now, then once I'm done with you, they'll be your boyfriend." Please stop this, somebody help me, Issei, help me," Akino cried internally as he let go of her face, causing it to fall to the side. "Don't worry, Hitch, we'll take." "Arrgggh," came a warlike cry before the sound of metal cutting through flesh. "Wah," started one of them as they turned to their left to see a battle-axe with a lion symbol lodged in his companion's head, only to receive a punch to the face, causing him to reel back. As the man fell to his knees, and the axe was removed from the man's head, Akino was able to see her rescuer. "Issei, I'm going to kill you all!" Issei screamed at the top of his lungs as he brought the axe down on another one of them, earning a cry from the man. However, before he could yank it out of the man, another one of them tackled him to the ground while shouting, "You bucker!" "I don't care," Issei thought as Fried punched him in the face repeatedly. "I need to protect her." "Akino," he mumbled as he attempted to protect himself. He still felt sluggish and tired, but that was it. He didn't feel pain. With what felt like all of his strength, he grabbed the man's head and then brought it towards his. Then he bit. Hard. He bit down on the man's nose, causing the man to release agonizing screams. Blood started spewing onto Issei and into his mouth as he tugged the man's nose this way then that way. It wasn't until the sound of flesh being ripped apart that Issei realized that the man was no longer on top of him. The man had rolled off of him and began covering his face with his hands while releasing shrieks. He didn't understand what the others were saying, due to the man's screams, nor did care either. He was going to kill them all. Getting up, Issei was greeted by the sight of a large man ramming a holy sword into him. However, to the man's surprise, that didn't seem to affect Issei at all. Issei grabbed a hold of the man's ears and began to squeeze while pulling himself towards the man. He could hear the man's cries and pleads, but he didn't care. He noticed out of the bottom of his eyes the holy sword shut off, but that didn't stop him. He continued to squeeze the man's ears until his fingers dug into his skin. Once he did this and the man fell to the ground, Issei looked at the last one. The white-haired man. He was pointing a gun at him, and had a holy sword in the other. The man was shouting something at him, but Issei didn't seem to care. All he cared about was protecting Akino, and that was by killing them all. Upon taking a step towards him, the man fired. That didn't stop him. He took another step towards him. 2 more bullets were fired. Issei didn't stop. Seeing that he wasn't going to go down, the man put away his gun and pulled out a small ball and shouted something. Issei knew what it was, and couldn't allow the man to escape. Not caring what happened next, he charged the man with surprising speed. The man attempted to cut Issei with his holy sword, but Issei leaped towards the man, closing the last few feet between them. The weight was enough to knock the short man to the ground, and the two began to wrestle. Both punched, kneed, grabbed, slapped, elbowed one another. Eventually Fried got Issei underneath him, and in a quick movement pulled out his knife and drove it into Issei's right eye. Issei didn't scream though, nor did he release any painful noise. Instead he grabbed the man's arm and slowly began to lift his hand up while crushing it in the process. The sound of bones being crushed was heard, which caused Issei's stone-cold expression to break. He began to smile. With his other hand, Issei grabbed a hold of Fried's hand and began to crush that one as well. After hearing the sound of bones being shattered again, Issei reversed their positions and began to slam his fists on the man's face. He punched the man again, and again, and again, and again, and again. He only had one thought in his mind at the moment. Die. The Lion of Vatican 17. His vital signs are: my baby. Come back to us, Issei, please come back to us. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. This isn't your fault, Regulus. You need to get some rest, you've been. Issei. Issei slowly opened his eye to see a pure white ceiling. Where am I? He asked in a voice that was barely higher than a whisper. Looking around, his eye landed on a black screen with colors on it. He couldn't exactly make out what was on it moment, but after blinking a couple of seconds, he found out what it was for. It was to monitor his vital signs. He started as he began to look around, only to notice more and more medical-like things. In a hospital? How did I get here? Issei. Regulus stated in a stern, but calm tone. Regulus? Issei replied with traces of confusion in his voice. I'm sorry, I messed up, and because of that, you suffered. The Nemean lion stated telepathically. Issei was quiet. He at first was confused, but then he started to remember. He remembered getting beaten. He remembered seeing those assholes trying to do something to Akino, and he remembered bashing Fried's skull and by punching him repeatedly in the face. He didn't know if this was true, so out of fear and curiosity, he put his hand to right eye only to feel cloth. It now made sense why he saw more of his nose out of his left eye. His right eye was gone. It's fine. It's not fine, Regulus roared, his voice full of emotions. You lost your eye because of me. Instead of appearing in my lion form, I listened to you. I let you take vengeance, and because of that you suffered for it. Issei didn't respond. When he opened his eyes and saw them all around Akino, Issei demanded Regulus to come forth him in his battle axe form. He ignored Regulus' pleads and allowed his bloodlust to take control. Now, because of his choices, Regulus was suffering as well. I'm a terrible partner, Issei said as he felt the urge to cry. We're both terrible, the lion stated after several seconds of silence. I was supposed to look after you and make sure nothing happened to you, and I failed that. I believed in you in the wrong times, and because of that, you've lost many things. I'm not worthy to be your partner. Hearing this from Regulus tore Issei apart. All Regulus been trying to do was make sure he was all right. After minutes of silently crying, Issei spoke. Where is Akino? Is she all right? Is she safe? Regulus didn't answer. Regulus, where is she? Again he didn't answer. Regulus, where is? I don't know. After you killed Fried, you passed out. Not long after that, Gabriel arrived and brought you here, he declared with a bunch of emotions in his voice. Where is here? He demanded. There was no way he could be in Vatican City, it just wouldn't have made any sense, and he doubted she would have taken him to a normal hospital, so where did she take him? You're in heaven. Issei's entire body shook upon hearing that. He had wondered what heaven would look like when he was a kid, but he never once thought he would get to see it. At least while being alive. Issei's train of thought was interrupted by the sound of a door opening. Looking up, Issei was welcomed by the sight of an angel who looked somewhat similar to Lord Michael. He had short blonde hair, green eyes, and a golden halo above his head. His attire was somewhat identical to Lord Michael's, but unlike him, this angel wore white shoulder plates that matched his 12 white wings. The angel, upon entering, noticed Issei sitting up, and gave him a friendly smile. Good morning, Issei. Issei didn't reply at first. It wasn't because he didn't want to respond, it was because he forgot the seraph's name. Good morning, he said with uncertainty, only for Regulus to tell him the angel's name telepathically. Lord Raphael. As Lord Raphael approached him, he said, I trust you're not in any pain or discomfort? My stomach kind of hurts, Issei mumbled sheepishly. But that was only when I sat up. At this, the seraph wrote something down on his clipboard which made Issei a little uncomfortable. He wanted to be glad that he was in heaven and meeting some of God's most loyal followers, but instead of that, he felt embarrassed. Rather than being able to bow to them and tell them how it's a huge honor to meet them, he was having to sit here and tell them about how he was feeling. Anything else? Lord Raphael asked as he finished whatever it was down. No, he lied. He didn't want to bring up his eye or how he was feeling about that. The seraph stared at him for several seconds, causing Issei to fidget a bit before saying, I see. I do have some questions though, Lord Raphael, Issei said as he raised his left hand in a timid manner. Lord Raphael's response was a simple nod. Where's Aquino? Is she all right, and can I see her? He wanted to ask why was he in heaven as well, but his main concern was Aquino. He needed to know that she was safe and sound. At first Lord Raphael gave him a confused, but after a few seconds of thinking, he realized who he was indicating. Oh, you're talking about the devil that was with you? I do believe she is all right. After Gabriel brought you here, she immediately went back and brought the girl to her master. Issei released a deep breath that he had been holding in after hearing that. He assumed something had happened, but was glad that he was wrong. So Lady Gabriel saved me? He asked in a quiet tone. Yes, she's also been by your side for the majority of your time being unconscious. The seraph answered with a nod of his head. Issei looked down at his hands, his lips curving downwards as he did so. He didn't know why, but he felt disappointment. Why did she save him? Why was a seraph looking after him? What did he do to deserve her attention? You're upset, Lord Raphael pointed out as his expression changed to solemn. Yes, he reluctantly confessed. The seraph was going to reply, but instead of continuing the subject he said, There are many things we have to talk about, but that can wait for now. I'm going to get Gabriel, and notify your parents that you're awake. If you need anything in the time I'm gone, press this button, okay? Issei froze upon hearing the word parents. His thoughts and concerns immediately shifted towards them. They must be worried sick about me, especially Mom, he said as the urge to cry came back. Lord Raphael didn't say anything. He had seen many things in his time, but something he could never get over was seeing a parent weep for her child. When he showed his mother him, he remembered the wails she released and how she felt while crying out about her baby. It was one of the most heart-wrenching things he had seen, and the worst part was that he couldn't do much about it. All he could do was stand there and watch, as a mother begged for her son to wake up. His father wasn't better either. The man fell to his knees upon seeing his son and began muttering no and began pleading, asking for them to not take away his boy. These sights were something he could and never get rid of, and was happy that Issei woke up. He doubted he would have had the strength to go to his parents and tell them that their son passed away. It's going to be okay, Issei. We're going to make sure you recover, Lord Raphael said as he gently placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. Rias released a sigh as she stood before Aquino's door. It had been several days since the incident, and she had yet to say a word. She didn't know what happened exactly, but from what Gabriel said, Issei and Aquino were attacked, and Issei is receiving treatment in heaven. However, that didn't answer any of the questions that were running through her mind. Why was Aquino unresponsive and motionless? What happened to Issei, and why was Aquino half naked? After taking her to the Citri hospital, she learned that Aquino was paralyzed, but that still didn't answer any of her questions. Knocking on the door, the heiress said, "Aquino, I'm coming in." Opening the door, Rias was met by the sight of Aquino, who was looking at the ceiling, and the lion girl who has been living with them sitting next to Aquino in a chair. Rias didn't understand how the lion girl got in here, but assumed that the two had a contract or something. "Aquino?" the heiress said with traces of uncertainty. The queen didn't reply. She instead just slowly turned her head towards Rias and stared at her with an emotionless look. What happened to you?" Rias asked herself as she gazed into her best friend's lifeless eyes. She had never seen Aquino like this before. Even after saving Aquino's life, there was still life in them, but now there was nothing. "I came to see how you were doing," Rias said with a small smile as she approached the two of them. She had attempted to speak the words in a relaxed manner, but the presence the lion girl was giving off was slightly intimidating. The blonde hadn't said a word, she was just watching Rias like a hawk. Taking a seat next to the black-haired girl, and doing her best to ignore the blonde's glare, Rias said, "So how are you doing?" Aquino didn't say anything. "Aquino?" Rias questioned, latched to her voice was concern. "Issei, how is he okay?" Aquino asked after a minute of staring at Rias. "Issei is," Rias started before pausing. Rias wanted to tell her friend that Issei was alive and well, but in reality, she had no idea what kind of condition he was in. All she knew was that he was in heaven. "I don't know how he's doing. I haven't seen Lady Gabriel since that night." "I see," Aquino said as she looked down at her hands that were in her lap. "But I bet he's doing fine. He's a fighter, and I'm sure he's making a recovery," Rias stated in an attempt to cheer her friend up, only to fail. "I'm terrible at this," Rias as she released a sigh. "Issei," Aquino said quietly as she tilted her head back and looked at the ceiling. "Aquino, I have no right to ask this, but what happened?" Rias said as she gently placed her hand on top of Aquino's. "Issei," was all Aquino said in her quiet tone. "Aquino? Stop!" Leon interrupted, causing Rias to look at her. "Issei's mate is in pain." "I know that, but I'm trying to help her. I can't figure out what's wrong if she doesn't tell me," Rias said with a bit of confusion. "You can't. Only Issei can," Leon stated as she continued to glare at the redhead. "Issei," Aquino repeated once again. "You don't know that," Rias said with a bit of agitation seeping into her voice. "Issei's mate," Leon said as she crossed her arms. "I get that, but Issei saved me," Aquino said, making the heiress fall silent and look back at her only to see tears trickling down her face. "Aquino," Rias said in a softer voice. "Just what exactly happened that night?" Issei released a sigh as he read one of the few books that heaven had left him. The book was the source for aspiring gardeners, and offered the host ideas and advice about all kinds of plants and how to grow them. Start the seeds indoors 6 to 8 weeks before the last frost. Antirrhinum are easy to grow indoors in early spring, Issei said to himself as he studied how to grow a unique type of flower. Turning the page to the next one, he continued. Giant purple amber hibiscus known to be grown in tropical to subtropical places with over 200 varieties in the genus. The flower is edible and known to have a tangy. Issei? Came Lady Gabriel's voice, pulling him from his thoughts and causing him to look up and see her standing in the doorway. Lady Gabriel? Issei stated as he set the book down on his lap. He would have gotten up and shown her the respect she deserved, but the gut wound he received made sitting up a tedious task, so getting out of the bed would be nearly impossible for him. It's good to see you're awake. How are you feeling? she stated as she entered the room while closing the door behind her in the process. Tired, and sore really, he answered as she grabbed one of the chairs and placed it next to him. Are you in pain? She questioned, traces of concern in her voice. And no, not really. The only time I'm in pain is when I'm getting up, Issei admitted as his eye averted downwards towards his injury. He had yet to see what was underneath his gown, but was confident that there was a hole or something. After all, he did impale himself on a light sword to crush one of his attacker's ears. That's good to hear. It means your recovery is going well, Gabriel stated with a smile so pure and innocent, he forced himself to look away. Issei had many questions he wanted to ask her, but after seeing that smile, Issei found himself hesitant. Gabriel, however, noticed the conflicted expression that formed on his face and commented on it. Issei, are you okay? You look like something's bothering you. Oh, Issei responded, a little startled by the question. Yeah, I'm fine, I was just thinking about something. He hoped that would satisfy her curiosity, but unfortunately, that did not. What kind of things? How everyone is feeling. He wasn't exactly lying, but neither was he telling the full truth. My foolishness has scared a lot of people. You're not wrong, Gabriel stated, her voice gentle and one of comforting. Your parents are worried for you, and I'm sure your friends in Kuoh are also concerned. Yeah, Issei replied as he looked away. He hadn't thought really about anyone else besides Akino and his family, but now that she mentioned the people in Kuoh, he began to think about his mission and how this would affect it. I'm just happy that you're okay. For a second I thought we were going to lose you, she said as her friendly smile reappeared on her face. Issei didn't respond at first due to him thinking about his relationship with her. He of course found her to be attractive, but he didn't think there was anything going on between them. After all, she is a pure angel and a daughter of God, while he's just a mere human and a servant of God. So why was she so worried about him? Lady Gabriel, he began as he avoided making eye contact with her. If I may ask, why are you concerned about me? I'm just an exorcist, and have done nothing worthy of your attention. Is it wrong for me to fear for the safety of one of Father's most devout followers? She questioned, a hint of confusion in her voice. No, but still. Issei trailed off as he scratched his cheek. Then why do you ask this question? The seraph asked. Because I feel that it's wrong for a seraph to come to my aid multiple times, he confessed as he made eye contact with her. This is the third time you've come to my aid and I'm grateful for it, but I think it's unfair to everyone else. There are many followers of God who deserve your attention more than me. Are you saying I shouldn't have saved you? She questioned, her voice not as gentle as before. And no, Issei replied a little hesitantly. Issei, you may be reckless at times, but you have a heart of gold. I understand that you feel like you don't deserve my attention or any of my brothers or sisters' attention, but I believe you have earned it. You've changed so much, and each day you continue to show us that peace can be achieved. You may not know this, but your actions have shown the leaders that it's possible to let go of past grudges, and because of that the three factions' leaders are willing to have a meeting this summer, Gabriel declared with a tone that was firm and gentle. Hearing this made Issei grin a little. He wasn't expecting her to lecture and praise him at the same time, but the feeling was nice. It was nothing. No, it was something. An exorcist that was known to dislike devils and fallen angels went out of their way to save a devil from being possibly raped and killed. Gabriel stated she understood that Issei was trying to be humble, and knew it was kind of wrong to make it a big deal, but Issei needed to know that his actions had benefited them all. It's true, Issei, despite what happened to you, your actions have been proven useful. Regulus agreed, his no longer somber and gloomy. Issei was about to reply, but the sound of the door to his room being opened stopped him. Averting his attention to the door, Issei was welcomed by a sight that made his one eye go wide. Standing in the doorway, right in front of Lord Raphael, was his mom and dad. His mom was the first to react. She shouted at the top her lungs as she closed the distance between them. Issei. And Mom, was all he could utter as his mother enveloped him in a hug. Due to the sudden force, Issei did feel some pain, but that pain was washed away by his mother's embrace. "My baby, I'm so glad that you're awake," his mother stated in an emotional tone as she continued to hug what little body she was able to wrap her arms around, which was mainly his head. The two seraphs had thought about telling her to be careful since Issei woke up not that long ago, but decided to allow it since Issei wasn't saying anything about her hurting him. Issei didn't reply, for he didn't know how to answer to his mom. Sure, there were times in the past where he did back-to-back missions that would make him be away for months on end, but this time it was different. Even though he was gone for 2 months max, it felt like an eternity since he last saw her. "When they told us that you were in heaven getting treated, I didn't know what to think," she began. Issei couldn't see this due to his position, but he was sure that tears were falling down her cheeks. "I wanted to think that Lord Raphael was joking, but he wasn't, and I thought..." His mom started to choke on her words, which made his heart yearn. His mother had told him, when he returned to Vatican City, that she had spent countless nights praying to God for him to come home safely. "I'm sorry," Issei said as he felt a wetness go down his cheeks. He did his best not to show his tears, but seeing his mother cry made it impossible for him. Issei's father, who had been standing in the doorway, finally moved into the room and placed his hand on Issei's mom's back. He had many things he wanted to say to Issei, but in reality, he was just happy that his son was alive. The Lion of Vatican 18. Issei silently stared at his reflection with a blank expression. Countless days had passed since arriving at heaven, and because of his injuries he hadn't been able to bathe by himself, and was usually forced to have a sponge bath. Today, though, he was finally going to be able to bathe without Lady Gabriel, or any other angel having to help him. Of course, there was an angel stationed right outside ready to assist Issei should he have any trouble, but the odds of that happening were low, very low. Hesitantly, Issei's hand slowly trailed upwards and grabbed the white fabric that was wrapped around his head and began to unwrap it. He hadn't seen the damage due to there being no mirrors nearby, but now he was. As more and more of the cloth unwrapped, Issei's hands became shakier. Halfway through, Issei stopped the unwrapping and wrapped it all back up. He couldn't do it. He didn't want to see what was underneath the white cloth. There had been numerous times where the cloth was taken off, and where he came close to touching his injured eye, but that was the farthest he had gotten. Touching near the area and seeing it were two different things entirely. His stomach injury wasn't as severe as he thought it would be, and wasn't causing him a lot of pain anymore, but it didn't help that he now had a second scar on his stomach. Apparently, if Asia, the Holy Maiden, was here, then his stomach wound would have been healed up entirely with not a single trace of it being damaged whatsoever. However, it couldn't help his eye. At least not anymore. Twilight healing was a powerful sacred gear when it comes to healing, but it was not almighty. It could heal injuries, but that was it. The sacred gear was incapable of regenerating amputated limbs, reducing exhaustion, or curing sicknesses. All it could do was heal cuts, bruises, scratches, nothing more and nothing less. Which meant his eye was gone forever. As Issei put his hands out in front of him, he was able to see how badly they were shaking. With steadiness, he grabbed his left wrist, and slowly closed the hand, forming a fist. He watched his hands for a couple of seconds before releasing a deep sigh. "Is everything all right in there, Issei?" The angel outside of the room called out to him, causing Issei to look at the door. "Yes. It's been a while since I've had a bath, so I'm taking it in," Issei replied after a couple of seconds of gazing at the door. As the angel gave his response, Issei averted his eye to the bath. He was technically able to get a shower, but Lord Raphael said that it's best if Issei took baths and then switched to showers, at least for the first few weeks. "It feels like it's been an eternity since I've done something by myself," he whispered to himself as he approached the stairs that led into the ground tub. He'd like to believe that it's been a week since he received his injuries, but in all honesty, he didn't know how long it had been. He had been unconscious for 4 days apparently, and upon waking up he was confined to a bed. All he's been doing as of lately was sleeping, reading, answering Lord Raphael's questions, talking with Lady Gabriel, listening to music, and conversing with Regulus. His parents would frequently visit, and sometimes they would bring his little sister, but the majority of the time he was alone. His thoughts would drift to Aquino a lot as well, and there were times he wanted to request if she could visit him, but not once did he utter these thoughts. He didn't know how God or his children would react, and because of this, he refused to speak these thoughts. As Issei submerged himself in the water, he released another sigh. The water was warm, but it wasn't too warm to be burning. It was just right. Issei didn't want to think about this a lot, but he was curious about what was going to happen next. What was going to happen once he healed up fully? Would he go back to Vatican City? Or would he go back to Kuoh and continue living with the other factions? These thoughts had been troubling him for a while, and he did do his best to ignore them, but he can't ignore them forever. On one hand, Issei did want to go back to Vatican City and spend time with his family, but a part of him believed if he went back to Vatican City, then he'd never leave. He would never take up a mission again. How could he? How could he after witnessing his parents' sadness for him? On the other hand, Issei needed to see Aquino. He needed to know if she was all right. Thinking about this stuff made Issei release a groan of annoyance. He couldn't bring Aquino to Vatican due to her being a devil, and asking his parents to move to Kuoh was out of the question. He was being targeted, and until these problems were solved, he didn't want them leaving Vatican City. "Pardon the intrusion, Issei, but there are things I need to discuss with you," came the voice of Lord Michael, snapping Issei out of his thoughts. Looking at the door, Issei said to himself, "Must be pretty important." Kuroka began to wonder if Issei was ignoring her. She didn't want to look like she was clinging, or anything like that, so she had refrained herself as much as possible from texting him, but it had been nearly 3 weeks since he last messaged her, and she had yet to have any of her messages read. And because of it being so long since he last texted her, she was now making her way to where he lived. Was it a little stalkerish that she knew where he lived? Yes, but she is a cat, and cats could stalk their prey when wanting to. Making her way into the apartment complex, Kuroka said, "I really hope he's sick or something and not avoiding me." It was a little sad in her opinion to be hoping for this, but Issei was the first guy ever to take her out on a date, and hear her reasons of why she did what she did. Sure, she told her teammates what she did and why she did it, but they had no interest in her like Issei. They didn't care for her like he did. Of course, they cared for her well-being and would talk to her if she was troubled, but they didn't care that much about her past or why she did what she did. While most of them didn't, there were a few who did care for that type of stuff. However, even those close friends of hers she couldn't mate with. The reason why was because they either had no interest in having Hex or because they didn't want to be a father. With Issei, she at least has a chance. He was a bit weird, but besides that, he was a great candidate to be her partner. He is strong, funny sometimes, protective, and considerate. All of which was what she was looking for in her mate. Upon approaching Issei's apartment door, Kuroka released a sigh. She wanted to see how he was doing, but another part of her thought this wasn't the best idea. The reason why she thought this was because Issei didn't live alone. He lived with his girlfriend, and some tall blonde who she assumed was also his lover. "Geez, why am I overthinking this? If things get bad I'll just dip, it's not like there's anything between us," she mumbled to herself with traces of irritation. Steeling herself for what was to come, Kuroka knocked on the door. A few seconds later it was opened. Issei found it funny in a way. One of his dreams was to be able to see the Garden of Eden, and now he finally did. However, there was no joy or excitement when he entered it. There was only conflict ion. The garden was beautiful, probably the most beautiful place he had ever seen. It had gorgeous trees inside of it, luscious flowers and plants that he had never seen before, and creeks, streams, and brooks that rivaled the sky in colorfulness. Unfortunately, this didn't stop, nor help his inner turmoil at all. He had to make a choice. Finding a place to sit by one of the streams, Issei sat down on his knees and stared into the running water. The sound of the water moving was soothing. "One of my goals in this life, or the afterlife, was to see this place, for I was told this place was the most beautiful garden in existence, and to be honest it is," he said as a small smile appeared on his face. "I don't think I've ever seen a place so beautiful before." The grin he had soon began to fade away as he furrowed his brows. But I didn't come here to sightsee. I came to ask for your guidance, God. Lord Michael came to me earlier and informed me of what's happened in Vatican while I've been here, and now I'm even more conflicted than I ever was. I know it's not right for me to ask for your attention, but I really do need your guidance this time. I don't know what I want anymore, and I hate myself for that, but none of this is easy. I know this will sound like I'm ranting, but please hear me out. I need your advice. Issei requested in a bit of a sad tone. Lord Michael told me earlier that 3 of the Excaliburs were stolen a week ago and taken to Kuoh. He doesn't know why or who stole them, but he believes the person who did it was the one who sent those stray exorcists after me. Issei stated, traces of anger seeping into his voice upon mentioning the exorcists. He plans on sending a team of exorcists to deal with them, but would appreciate it if I went back to Kuoh and helped them, he declared after several seconds of silently staring at the stream. He knows it's not right of him to ask me of this after what's happened, but the chance of peace is at stake, and because of this that's why he wants me there. To make sure the exorcists don't cause problems with the other faction's members, and to prevent whoever this is from ruining what you're trying to achieve with the fallen angels and devils. Issei continued with a grim voice and a sad expression. Now, the problem is that I have to choose what I want. If I want to go back to Vatican City, then Lord Michael will take me to Vatican and the story we will tell everyone was that I was abducted. If I want to go back to Kuoh, he'll take me to Kuoh where I'll continue serving you faithfully. Both of these choices though have major cons. If I go back to Vatican, I'll never be able to see Aquino again. If I go back to Kuoh, I'll have to see my parents cry again. Issei finished after sitting there for about a minute. Please tell me what I should do. I don't know which path to take, and I don't know which one is right. Please help me. Issei begged with tears starting to roll down his cheeks. Gabriel sat in her room in silence. After hearing Issei's prayer, she couldn't help from feeling a little mad. She wasn't just angry with her brother Michael for forcing this upon Issei, she was angry with herself as well. Issei's allegiance to them had so far been undying, and because of this, she felt like they had been using him. Not once has he disobeyed orders, nor complained about things wrong with the church. Whenever he was given a mission, Issei did it with no questions asked. All in the belief that he was carrying out her dead father's will. Her father, the person that owned his unwavering loyalty, had died a long time ago, and to prevent crisis from arising, Michael, the Archangel of Heaven, took their father's place as leader of heaven. The truth was kept away from humanity, and the only ones who did know outside of heaven were a few of the other faction's leaders. Besides that, no one knew that the God of the Bible was dead. Issei was strong and has a good heart, but like all humans he has problems. One of these problems, and the main reason why her brother chose him for this mission, was because of him not being able to make choices on his own. For all his talent when it comes to fighting, Issei lacked the will to do anything for himself. Whenever a situation arose, and he didn't know how to handle it, he'd come to God or Regulus for aid. There were only a few occasions when he handled the dilemma by himself, but those were rare occurrences. Is it really okay for us to have Issei's devotion? Do we truly deserve his and so many others' loyalty when we've been lying to them for so long? Gabriel asked herself with a frown. Her thoughts on the subject were interrupted by the sound of someone knocking on her door. Looking at it, she said, "Come in." Opening the door was her brother Uriel. Like her brother Raphael, he had short, spiky blonde hair and green eyes, and attire that was similar to his as well. "Uriel," she said in a soft tone. "Gabriel," he replied with a friendly smile as he entered her room, closing the door behind him. "Is there something you need?" Gabriel asked. She may have not been in the mood for company, but that didn't mean she was going to be mean to her brother. "Kind of," Uriel answered as he sat down in the chair in front of her. "Some of our brothers and sisters believe that you've grown fond of the young knight Hyoudou, and I was simply wondering what you feel towards him." "I feel towards him?" she repeated as if she didn't understand the question. "I don't know what I feel towards him. I do care for him, but I don't think I would say I've grown fond of him. He is a human, who I've just been giving guidance to when he's needed it." Hearing that, Uriel released a sigh of relief. For a second I thought there was something going on between you two, but since there isn't, I guess I can put my worries to rest. Why would you think there's something between us? Gabriel questioned. She was a little shocked that her brother would think there was something between Issei and her. Well, Uriel said in a sheepish manner. You've spent the majority of your time in his room making sure he's okay, and every time he's made a prayer you've listened to his prayer, not to mention you've saved his life twice. From an outside standpoint, it does look like you've formed some sort of bond with him. My relationship with Issei is strictly professional, Gabriel declared in a firm but also gentle tone. She felt a little insulted that her brothers and sisters would think this, but she did understand their views a little. It did look like that in a way. Good, make sure to keep it like that, Uriel replied as he got up his seat. Knight Hyoudou is a human, and you're a seraph of heaven. Any feelings towards one another would need to be extinguished immediately, or else one of your worlds would be destroyed. I know, Gabriel stated. If Issei forms any type of feelings towards me, I'll reject them to protect him. Uriel didn't say anything else after hearing that. He believed his sister, and merely wanted to confirm how she sees the young exorcist. Once Uriel left the room, Gabriel exhaled. Geez, why are you guys putting these thoughts on my mind as well? I'm already troubled enough. Issei released a sigh as he and Lord Michael appeared before his parents' door. It was early in the morning, and the sun was still rising. Issei had reached his decision, and now he was going to have to live it. I know this wasn't fair, Issei, and I'm sorry for putting you and your family through this, Lord Michael stated, a sad expression written on his face. It's okay, Lord Michael, I'm not upset. Well, I kind of am, but in life, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, Issei said with a sad smile before averting his attention to the ground in front of him. This world can be cruel sometimes, but it can also be very beautiful as well, Lord Michael responded as he put his hand on Issei's right shoulder. I can agree with that, Issei declared, his smile never moving. But do you mind? I'd like to be alone when I speak with them. Of course, take as much time as you need, Issei, Lord Michael replied in an understanding voice. Thanks, was all Issei said before grabbing the doorknob. However, Issei didn't turn it at all. He simply stood there with his hand on it. His hand had begun to shake a little, and because of this Regulus spoke. You don't have to do this, Issei, if you don't want to. Lord Michael is an understanding man, and would understand if you had a change of heart. No, I have to do this. It's not just about the alliance. Aquino is in danger and Leon is as well, and what kind of boyfriend would I be if I didn't protect them? How could I call myself the Lion of Vatican if I tucked tail and ran away from this? Issei firmly stated as his hand stopped trembling. It would sully our name, wouldn't it? Regulus said with a tiny trace of amusement in his voice. Regulus didn't expect that type of response from his host, but hearing that made him realize that Issei was finally doing something for himself as well. Yeah, and I can't allow that. I may have lost my right eye, but that's not going to put me out of the fight. Like you said before, I got the heart of a lion, and lions never give up, Issei declared with pride seeping into his voice. They don't? Now get in there and tell your parents you're going back to Kuoh to finish what you've started. Tell them that this is your duty, not just as a man of God, but as a man in general, for there are people there who need your protection, and that if you run away from this then you'll never be able to live with yourself. Let them know that you're doing this for you. Regulus practically roared, his voice full of enthusiasm. I will, I'm going to let the entire world that I'm doing it for me too, Issei said as he opened the door. Upon opening the door, Issei froze. The reason why he froze was because of what he saw. What and no, he said in a voice no louder than a whisper as a feeling of dread started to seize his heart. Lord Michael, hearing his mumbling, turned back around to see what was happening only to release a gasp of horror at the sight he saw. The interior of the home was basically destroyed. His family's portraits were gone or on the floor with broken glass and splinters. His mother's china cabinet had been thrown to the ground. The chair that his father would sit in had been split into 2 pieces. Everything that he would see upon entering his parents' home was decimated. Issei, Regulus started in a tone devoid of his emotions. He didn't know what to say. Maybe they're upstairs, Issei quickly said as he rushed into the ruined household, leaving Lord Michael behind, who had yet to move from his spot. Yes, they probably retreated upstairs and are up there with my sister. Regulus didn't want to say it. He didn't want to tell Issei that something happened to his parents. His host had already been through as of late, and didn't need any more loss. Running up the stairs filled with splinters and broken glass, Issei raced to his parents' bedroom. They're going to be in there. All of them, Mom, Dad, and Mika, all three of them are going to be there, and everything's going to be fine. Unfortunately, his hopes were crushed. The door had been busted down, and everything in the room had been ransacked as well. No, Mom, Dad, Mika, he whispered before crying out for his family. He was met by silence. And Mom, Dad, Mika, where are you? He cried out this time as loud as he possibly could in hopes that his family would reveal themselves. Again he was met by silence. Tearings rolling down his cheeks, he released a blood-curdling scream that woke the entire neighborhood. It lasted for 30 seconds, and when it finally died down, he whispered to himself, Mom. The Lion of Vatican 19. Lord Michael stood in the doorway speechless, a shocked and horrified expression carved onto his face. He had taken Issei to say goodbye to his family, only to find out that in the night the Hyoudous were attacked. How did this happen? He asked himself as he entered the household, his eyes scanning the place in an attempt to figure out what happened. As he picked up one of the family's portraits, a scream from the second floor was released. He wanted to go up the stairs and make sure Issei was alright, but he figured Issei needed to be alone for a little bit. Issei was still young, and because of this he'd most likely act irrationally and blame him and heaven for not protecting his family, so he decided to let Regulus handle him. Continuing his search, Michael had found bits and traces of dark magic here and there. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make Michael believe that this attack wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment idea. It was a targeted attack with the intention of crippling Issei. The question was why though, and how did they manage to use magic without waking the Hyoudous neighbors? The neighborhood may be filled with retired and old exorcists, but they all still would have sensed the use of the magic and wondered what was going on, so how did the attacker pull the attack off? After a couple seconds of thinking it clicked. They put up a barrier, Michael said aloud as he began to piece it all together. There had been multiple times in the past where reports of magic had been being used in neighborhoods like these, only to find out that the people using magic were training or something along those lines. Walking back to the stairway that led to upstairs, Michael began to walk up the steps only to end up coming to a halt due to the sound of people coming. Quickly turning around, he saw through one of the windows a crowd of men and women in their 40s and up. As he started to make his way outside, Michael was stopped once again. But this time it was because of a white cross. Appearing from the white cross was Gabriel, a look of concern decorating her face. Gabriel, Michael said in a soft tone. He was a little surprised to see her, but assumed she was listening to the prayers again, and heard Issei praying for his family. What happened? She demanded. Her voice was firm, but it held no anger or anything like that. The dark magic user attacked Issei's family from what I can gather. For reasons I do not know, Michael answered in a somber voice. Gabriel didn't reply at all. There were countless things she wanted to ask, but her main concern was making sure Issei was okay, or else everyone in the area would be at risk. As she began to make her way up the steps, her brother spoke again. I didn't see any bodies in my search, and I don't think the attacker killed his family. If they did, they would have left their bodies for Issei to see. I think the dark magic user kidnapped his family. We're going to do something about this, right? Gabriel asked after a few seconds as she stood on the 7th step and looked down at her brother. However, the sad expression he was giving her told her everything. Not even bothering to exchange any more words with him, Gabriel continued up the steps. For once, Gabriel was furious. There had been times where she was upset with her brother, but this time she was mad at her brother. But a part of her understood why they couldn't do anything in this situation. If Issei's parents were alive, and did pray, that didn't mean they could track it. Prayers could be heard, but unless it was spoken in a place filled with holy elements, they couldn't teleport to it. And even if it was, there's a chance a barrier is up preventing them from teleporting to the place. Walking into Issei's parents' bedroom, Gabriel was greeted by the sight of an Issei on his hands and knees crying uncontrollably. "Issei," she said in a gentle voice. There had been times where she had seen him sad, but never had she seen him like this. It was heart-wrenching. Issei paid no attention to her, and released another pain-filled cry before slamming his fist repeatedly onto the wooden floor. "Issei," Gabriel yelled in horror as she moved to stop him. Due to him punching the ground so many times, his left hand became coated with blood. Wrapping her arms around him, Gabriel pulled him back, causing him to shout and scream. "Issei, calm down!" She practically begged in a desperate attempt to stop him from causing any more self-harm. He, however, continued to pay no attention to her, and shouted to the heavens. "Why must I always lose something? I've tried to devote myself to you, and all you've done is take from me first Felix, then my eye, and now this? What do you want from me?" Gabriel continued to hold on to him as he tried to break free from her. He swung his arms in all sorts of directions, he kicked his feet, and he tossed and turned his head while continuing to pour his emotions out. She didn't know how long this lasted, but eventually, he ceased his squirming and just began to sob quietly. "Why do you guys hate me?" he asked, his voice fragile as glass. Gabriel was about to respond, but Regulus beat her to it. "No one hates you, Issei. Gods are simply complicated beings. Even I don't understand their motives sometimes. I've devoted everything to him, I bled for him, I've fought for him, I've worshipped him, and I was ready to lay down my life for him, but that's not enough for him. It's like he wants to take everything away from me until there's nothing left," Issei stated in an emotional voice. The seraph who was holding him wanted to say so many things, but she couldn't seem to find the strength to utter any words. "I don't think God had a play in this. He should have been here. God wants me to do all this shit for him, and all I've ever wanted was to keep humanity and the people I care for safe, and because of him my family is gone." Issei roared in anger, causing Gabriel's heart to ache even more. "Issei," Gabriel started but was stopped by Issei. "Why weren't you guys here to protect them?" Issei demanded her, as he looked over his shoulder to see her. "Huh, why didn't you protect them?" Gabriel was quiet at first. She had never seen this side of Issei at all, not once, and was scared of what would happen if she didn't calm him down. "I'm sorry," she murmured just loud enough for him to hear. With an unexpected force, Issei managed to free himself from her and glared at her with a look of pure hatred. "You're sorry? Sorry? Sorry doesn't bring them back. They're not dead, Issei," she yelled with her eyes closed, hoping this would stop Issei from getting even more angry with her. To her luck, Issei ceased his ranting and just stared at her, which was a little nerve-wracking due to the one eye. Deciding that this was the best time to explain, Gabriel spoke. "Michael believes that the person who attacked your family is the same one who injected dark magic into you, and if your parents did die, they would have entered heaven, and I would have been notified. Your family isn't dead, they're just captured." Issei finished with anger in his voice. "They were abducted because of me." Gabriel gave him a silent nod. She knew this wasn't going to bode well with him, but at least he was no longer yelling and raging. "The guy who did this is in Kuoh, right?" he demanded, earning another nod from her. "I want to go to Kuoh now then." "I don't think that's wise for you," Gabriel confessed with a saddened look, causing his neutral expression to switch to one of anger. "You don't get to decide what's wise for me. My family is being held hostage because of me. You guys failed to protect them, and allowed this to happen," Issei coldly stated. "That's not fair, Issei, and you know that," Gabriel declared with tears starting to form in her eyes. All she has been trying to do was protect Issei, and now he was blaming them for this. "How's that not fair? I've dedicated my entire life killing in the name of God. I basically became a weapon for the church, for heaven, for humanity, all in the hopes that the people I care for are safe, and you're telling me it's not fair?" Issei shouted, his anger re-emerging. Gabriel was quiet again and just stared at the ground. Nothing she was going to say was going to subdue Issei's newfound hatred in them. Just why didn't anyone protect them?" Issei said in a softer tone, all of his anger gone, and replaced with sadness. The seraph didn't reply at first. She instead closed the distance between the two and wrapped her arms around his waist and pushed her head into his chest. Issei was about to ask her what she was doing when she whispered into his chest. "I'm sorry for failing you, Issei, and I'm sorry we didn't pay attention to your wants as well." And like a fire being doused by water, Issei's anger and hatred were displaced. He didn't say anything, but she did. "I know I have no right to ask you this, but please forgive me, forgive us. We've never wanted to cause you any pain. All we've ever wanted was to help you. That's all I'm wanting right now, Issei. I want to help you. I say give them a second chance, Issei." Regulus commented telepathically. He had tried to calm Issei down and have him think logically, but when rage takes a hold of someone, it basically becomes impossible for someone to think straight. "Why should I?" Issei questioned with traces of fear in his voice. "They didn't protect them. You've given creatures you've deemed vile second chances, and now you're telling me you can't give heaven a second chance?" Regulus stated, making Issei fall silent to think. "I understand you feel like they've failed you, and I probably would too if I were in your position, but as your partner and someone who's been trying to look after you, you need to understand that this isn't their fault. Things like these happen. Sure, you could attempt to prevent things like this, but sooner or later a slip-up will occur, and the people you care for will still pay the ultimate price." Regulus continued in hopes that Issei will understand that this wasn't anyone's fault. Again Issei was silent as he thought about this. He couldn't exactly counter what Regulus was saying because he knew deep down things like that would happen, but he did feel they were still somewhat responsible in a way. "You know, am I right, Issei? Don't let your anger blind you and take you down a path that there's no turning back from," Regulus declared in a stern voice. Taking in a large amount of air in through his nose, and then exhaling it through his mouth, Issei spoke. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have snapped at you. I let anger and despair seize control of me and lashed out at you when all you've been doing is helping me. It wasn't right, and I hope you can forgive me, Lady Gabriel." Gabriel stopped embracing him, and stared into the one-eyed exorcist's eye for several seconds. She saw the sadness and regret in it, and was able to tell that he was being genuine. Hugging him again, she said, "It's okay, Issei, there's nothing to forgive." Issei hesitantly moved his arms and embraced her. He didn't know if he was supposed to too, but assumed it was okay since she was hugging him. The two stood there in silence for quite some time before Gabriel broke it by saying, "If it's not too much to ask, can you please drop the lady part when you address me? I'm fine with you calling me Gabriel." "Lady Gabriel, I insist," she firmly stated as she gazed into his one eye. "I don't think I can do that, you're still a seraph, and kind of disrespectful," Issei confessed as he looked away. "Please, I would prefer if you spoke to me like a friend and not a superior," she replied in a tone that made his knees weak. "I'll give it a shot, Gabriel," Issei declared after several seconds of pondering. "Thank you, now let me see your hand. I need to see how badly you've damaged it," she said with that pure and sweet smile that made him hate himself for lashing out at her. "Okay," was all he said in response as he showed her his hand that was covered with dry blood. Upon appearing before Akino's apartment, Issei released a sigh. He was tired both physically and mentally. His hand had been healed up by Gabriel, and had no traces of it being damaged at all. As soon as she finished treating his injury, Lord Michael visited and informed them that he altered his family's neighbors' minds to prevent a calamity from happening. Apparently, this was in Issei's best interest, for if the church's leaders found out that he was in Vatican City, then problems would arise, so to prevent that, Lord Michael altered their memories, and made it to where they believed his family was on a vacation. Issei didn't exactly like this, but he did understand the reasoning behind it. "Today has been quite a day, hasn't it?" Lord Michael said, causing Issei to look at him and see a tired expression written on his face. "Yeah," Issei answered with a lack of enthusiasm. Silence filled the atmosphere between the two of them. Michael wasn't sure how to approach Issei, and Issei just wanted to be with Akino right now. "Well, I guess I should return to heaven," Michael said after a couple more seconds of silence. "Remember, a team of exorcists shall be here in 3 days. Tomorrow I'll give you the details of where you and them will be staying." Issei didn't respond, but it wasn't because he couldn't be bothered. He was simply too tired, and just wanted to be embraced by the woman he loved. Seeing his silence caused Michael to release a depressed sigh. He felt like Issei was upset with him, and he could understand why. "I'll take my leave now." As Michael began forming a cross, Issei spoke. "If it isn't too much to ask, could you please check heaven for my family? Gabriel said that they're alive, but a part of me thinks they're dead, so I'd like to know if they're in heaven." "Of course, Issei," Lord Michael replied with a small nod. It was the least he could do for the young exorcist. "Thanks," Issei said as he watched the angel disappear in a cross. After a few seconds, he released a sigh and turned his attention to the door where Aquino should be. He stared at the door for what felt like an eternity. Not that long ago he was in this predicament, and because of that fear seized control of his heart. Issei was scared that he was going to be greeted by the same sight he was met with before. A ruined home. "You can do this, Issei, I'm here for you," Regulus said in a voice that was practically considered gentle. I'm just nervous, that's all," Issei stated as he continued to stare at the door. "Understandable, but Aquino's in there and has been worried sick for you. Don't you think you should see her and let her know that you're fine?" The Nemean lion countered, causing Issei to take a deep gulp. "Why, yeah," Issei replied as he slowly raised his wobbly right hand to knock on the door. With his hand raised, Issei stood there. All he needed to do was knock. That was it. He just needed to knock and Aquino would open the door. It was as simple as that. So why was he so hesitant? "I can do this," he affirmed. "There's nothing to be scared of." Finding his resolve, Issei knocked on the door 3 times. At first, nothing happened, and Issei was tempted to knock on the door again, but right when he was about to, the door slightly cracked open. "Yes?" came a voice that didn't belong to Leon nor Aquino. It belonged to a certain black cat. "Kuroka?" Issei said in shock as the person who he assumed it to be poked their head out and confirmed his suspicion. "Naya Issei?" Kuroka said with shock as well. She had sensed magic being used earlier but assumed it was a devil meeting a client, or something like that. "Since when did you learn to teleport, and why do you have toilet paper wrapped around your head?" Immediately Issei frowned. There were many things wrong with this situation. "It's not toilet paper, it's to cover up my scar, but that doesn't matter. Why are you here, and where's Aquino and Leon?" Issei demanded with a tiny trace of annoyance in his voice. "Naya, you got a scar?" she questioned with surprise. "Yes," he answered. "Can I see it?" she then asked, much to his annoyance. "Kuroka," he said with a look that was quite terrifying due to the one I look. All right, Leon is currently taking a nap, and your maid is in the Gremry estate. Apparently, she's entered this funk where she doesn't want to do anything. She doesn't talk to anyone and barely eats," Kuroka quickly stated in an attempt to not anger her potential lover. Hearing this made Issei's heart yearn. He had assumed Aquino was fine, but all this time she was depressed. "Naya, by the way, are you going to be coming in?" Kuroka asked, pulling Issei from his thoughts. "Oh yeah," Issei said as she opened the door for him while staying behind it. After moving past her, Kuroka closed the door, and it was then that Issei finally noticed something about Kuroka. She was stark naked. "Why don't you have any clothes on?" he demanded as he covered his one and looked away from her. "Naya?" came her response as she looked at herself with confusion. "Don't Naya me, why aren't you wearing anything?" Issei shouted as he continued to avoid looking at her. A small part of him that barely existed was hoping to come home to a naked girl, but that girl a tiny part of him was hoping for was Aquino. "I was playing with Leon," Kuroka said in a questioning manner, not understanding why Issei was freaking out. It wasn't the first time he saw a naked girl. Issei didn't dare to ask what they were doing. He had a pretty good idea what the two of them were doing before he got there. "Just put some clothes on," Issei said after several seconds as he peeked through his hand a little. Releasing a groan of annoyance, Kuroka begrudgingly went and got her kimono and put it on. Once she dressed herself, she joined Issei, who was sitting down in the living room. She was a little surprised that the lion girl didn't wake up, but was also happy that she didn't, for this meant she was alone with Issei. Kuroka had so many things she wanted to ask Issei. After Leon answered the door and invited her in, Leon informed her that Issei had been injured and was being treated in heaven, which explained why he didn't respond to her at all. Kuroka may have acted a little evasive upon seeing him, but to be honest, she didn't expect to see him like this. She didn't think he would be back today, and no longer had any intentions of meeting him today. However, his new look was kind of hexy. The cloth around his head gave him this warrior-like vibe, and the small beard that had been growing increased his manliness. "So why are you here?" Issei asked, making snap her out of her thoughts. "Naya?" She didn't want to tell him that she was worried. It wasn't her style, and it would make Issei think she's clingy or something like that. "I was wondering if you still were wanting to have that second date. It's been quite a while since our last one." "Was that really your intention?" Issei said with a bit of skepticism in his voice. He had seen Kuroka's serious side, and doubted that the only thing that was on her mind was Hex and dates. "Yeah," she affirmed with a nod. Issei didn't see this, but her cheeks were slightly red. The way Issei looked at her was kind of a turn-on, and if she was being honest with herself, she kind of liked this new attitude he was emitting. Sure, the old one was cute, but now he felt more like a man. Issei hummed in response. He was still tired a little, but Kuroka's energy was kind of making him not as tired. Maybe it was because of the change in the atmosphere? Most of today had been gloomy and full of sadness, but with Kuroka he wasn't feeling that. He was still feeling tired, but he wasn't feeling as sad as before. The two sat in silence for a little while before Issei spoke. "I'm surprised you haven't asked more about what happened and how I got my scar." "Naya, I am curious, but I'd rather not make you uncomfortable," Kuroka replied with a small frown which kind of surprised Issei. He wasn't expecting that response at all. "Scars are painful subjects from what I know, so I'd rather avoid the topic as much as possible." You're not wrong. I have yet to see myself in a mirror. Well, let me rephrase that. I've yet to see myself in a mirror with my bandages off," Issei said with a bit of amusement seeping into his voice. "That bad, huh?" she said with a small chuckle. "I only have one eye, so yeah?" he stated dryly, causing her laughter to instantly die down. "I'm sorry," Kuroka said almost immediately. He didn't say what type of injury he got and assumed that it was an eye scar, but it wasn't a severe one to where he had only one eye. "It's fine, you didn't know," Issei replied with a wave of his hand. "I've accepted it, but I'm just not ready to see it yet." "Wouldn't that mean you haven't accepted it yet?" she asked herself. "Anyways, I do kind of have to ask you for a favor," Issei said, causing her to look at him and see that his expression had changed to a more serious one. "Naya, a favor? What kind of favor?" she asked with traces of mischief and curiosity in her tone. "You're good with gathering information, right? As well as finding people?" Issei asked as he leaned in a bit. "Information's pretty easy, but finding people are a little tedious," Kuroka admitted with a bit of confusion in her voice and on her face. She didn't know where he was going with this, but she was curious. "Then can you find out about someone who uses dark magic? It's not going to be an easy task, but I promise you that if you help me with this, I'll do anything you want. I don't care about the price, I will do it," Issei declared, causing Kuroka's eyes to widen a bit. "Naya, this must be pretty important to say things like that," Kuroka said as she got up from her seat. She wasn't going to do this because of what he's offering. She was going to do it because of his tone. The way he spoke made it clear that this was a serious matter. "It is," he affirmed as he got up and followed her to the door. She didn't say she was going to do it, but he was hoping she would. "Very well, I'll do it, but to be clear, I'm doing this for free. If I am going to have kittens with you, then I want it to be where both of us are happy, and you doing it because I've asked doesn't feel the—" Kuroka was stopped mid-sentence by him placing his lips on hers real quick, causing. She stood there wide-eyed and didn't know what was going on, but before she could even get into the kiss, Issei pulled back and just hugged her while saying, "Thank you, you don't know how much I appreciate this." "Naya," she said in an annoyed tone as he ceased hugging her. "You can't just suddenly kiss me and then not let me return the affection. That's unfair." Issei laughed in response. It was quite adorable seeing her get upset like that, and he needed to see something like that. Sorry, he said as she huffed. I promise the next time I do that I won't end it that quickly. You better. Kuroka replied with a tinge of annoyance in her voice. She wasn't mad that he didn't let her get into the kiss. She was just bothered that he did it so quickly and unexpectedly. Anyways, I guess I should get going. Yeah, there's some people I need to see and let know that I'm alive, Issei said while rubbing the back of his neck. Be safe and please let me know what you find, okay? Naya, you worrying for me? She said with a teasing smirk. A lot has happened since we last saw each other, Issei stated in a sheepish manner as he avoided eye contact with her. You're not wrong, Kuroka affirmed before quickly giving Issei a peck on the cheek. He was a little taken back by this, and when he looked up at her, he was greeted by a beautiful smile. Next time it'll be on the lips. At this, Issei's cheeks became red. He didn't say anything, but he watched as she turned around and opened the door. Once she was gone, Issei released a sigh. That kiss will have to wait, for once I know where that son of a hitch is I will bucking end him. I don't care if it'll cost me my life, I'm going to kill that bastard. No matter the cost. Rias released a deep sigh. Things weren't the same as before. Issei, for all she knew, was dead, and her queen had entered a depression. Akino didn't care about school, friends, family, or anything like that. All she thought about was Issei. She didn't understand why it was such a loss. She had only known the boy for a few months, but how she was acting it made it look like he was her soulmate. Was it because of her love for him? She didn't know, but she was starting to wish he was here. At least then there's a chance of fixing Akino. Before Rias could begin thinking of ways to help Akino, a knock on her door was heard. Rias stared at the door for several seconds. She wondered who it could have been. It was pretty late, and if it was Sona, then she would have just teleported in. As she walked to her door, the person knocked again. I'm coming, Rias, with a bit of irritation trickling into her voice. Whoever it was impatient. Opening the door, Rias greeted the person by saying, It's late, what is it? I know it's late, but there's someone I need to see. The person responded with a small trace of amusement in their voice. Rias was quiet at first. She studied the man's features for a couple of seconds, and it didn't take her long to realize who it was. Issei? She asked with a bit of surprise. In the flesh, he said with a chuckle. In all honesty, Issei was tired and ready to sleep, but he couldn't. He had to see Akino. When he woke Leon from her slumber, Leon immediately pounced on him and told him how much he missed her, much to his surprise, and told him that he needs to see his first mate and that things weren't the same. He in response told her that he planned on doing that, but the problem was that he couldn't exactly do that due to her being in the underworld. Leon immediately opted to take him there, but he told her that if he went there with her, then there was a chance problems might happen, so instead, he decided to see Rias about it. After all, if he went with the Gremry heiress, then no one would attack him. What are you doing here, and what's with the bandage over your right eye? She demanded, still shocked that she was seeing Issei as well as curious about the cloth covering his eye. I came to ask a favor, and this is to cover my scar? The last part Issei said with a bit of uncertainty. He thought it was pretty obvious, but so far no one seemed to understand that it was to cover his injury. A favor? Rias repeated before realizing that Issei was here and could help her out. Can that favor wait? I actually need your help with something. It involves Akino. Well, you see, that favor involves Akino, he replied with a chuckle. Issei was right now just putting a facade up. He didn't want to go to Akino in a tired and sad state. He wanted to meet her in a happy and energetic state. Oh, came her response. Well then, what do you need? I need you to take me to the underworld, he firmly declared. I was told Akino was there, and that she was sad, and I feel it's because of me, so I want to see her. I know. It won't be a problem, she stated, stopping him mid-sentence. Huh, he uttered. Yeah, I was thinking on ways helping her, and you seeing her is probably the best way. Rias said, not even understanding why he was surprised that she agreed to this. But what about your family? Don't you need permission from them? He didn't understand why he was arguing with this, but he just found it wrong that she was okay with him going to her home. They'll be fine with it, she replied with a wave of her hand as if it was a trivial matter. Now get in here, we're wasting time. Issei was finally here. After being searched and removed of his crosses, Issei was finally here. He was going to get them back, but for safety reasons, he couldn't have his crosses on him. It did slightly bother him, but it wasn't like they were going to be gone forever. However, they didn't matter at the moment. Akino was just beyond this door. The woman he lost his eye for was on the other side. The woman he was willing to lay down his life for was on the other side. The woman he considered to be his world was on the other side. Akino was on the other side. I can do this, I just have to open this door, Issei said to himself in an attempt to steel himself, unaware that Rias and her father along with a bunch of household servants were standing behind a corner watching him. All of them were urging him to open the door. Come on, don't be scared. Nothing is going to be wrong. Everything's going to be fine. Issei mumbled. He was hating himself for being pathetic right now, but this wasn't easy. Opening doors to see people had basically become one of his fears now. The thoughts of opening it and seeing something terrible terrified him, and it was all because of what he saw upon going to see his family. All right, I can do this, he said with a huff as he gazed at the door. Slowly, he grabbed the doorknob and began to turn it. Once full turning it, he began to push it forward, allowing him to see the insides of the room. The room was barely lit, with the only light source coming from the window and balcony, but he saw her. She was sitting on her bed gazing up at the moon. Her hair wasn't in a ponytail, and from what he could tell, she was just wearing a white robe. The expression that was decorating her face was a blank one. It held no emotion. Seeing her caused Issei's walls to come crumbling down. He had told himself that he was going to be happy and energetic, but he didn't want that. He wanted to hold her in his arms. He wanted to cry and tell her how much he missed her. He wanted to tell her that he was sorry for putting her through this. He wanted to say that he loves her. Issei didn't say anything as he approached her. He couldn't find the strength to say any words at the moment. As he approached her, Akino's head slowly turned towards him. Her expression didn't change when saw him. It was still one devoid of emotion. She did say though, Issei? However, he didn't respond. He marched towards the bed and got on it. Once on top of the bed, Issei stared into her eyes with his one eye. The two gazed at each other for several seconds in silence before Issei suddenly hugged her. He began to cry. I've missed you, he said with a sniff, his eye closed and tears running down his cheeks. He missed her smell. He missed her touch. He missed everything about her. Akino didn't return the hug at first, she just murmured, Issei. After a few seconds though she did return the hug, and in an emotional voice she spoke. I've missed you too. Akino after a while separated herself from him and stared at his face. I want to see it, she declared in a teary voice. Issei knew what she was talking about. She wanted to see his eye. Are you sure? He asked hesitantly. He had yet to look at his eye, and the thought of her seeing it horrified him. I'm sure, she said in a firmer voice. I want to see it. With great reluctance, Issei let go of her and put his hands on his head. He began to take off the cloth. Akino watched like a hawk as he unwrapped it. His eyes never moving. She could tell he was nervous and scared, but she needed to see this. She needed to see what he lost because of her. When he finished taking off the cloth, some of his hair fell down obstructing her view. Issei didn't bother moving it though, nor did he look upon her anymore. He looked to his left with an embarrassed expression. Gently, Akino raised her hand to his face and moved the strands of hair. She didn't say anything. She just stared at the scar. What once used to be a place she gazed into was now a gruesome sight. His eyelids had been split into two, making the eye kind of look like a star, and there wasn't much eye left. It was mostly just black and red. With carefulness, Akino inched her hand towards his face again. Issei still didn't look at her. Even when she placed her hand on his cheek, he refused to look at her. "You're still the man I love, Issei," she said in a soft voice that was barely above a whisper. Issei's eye reverted back towards. Akino could see the surprise and shock in it. "No matter how many scars, injuries, and wounds you gain, I will still love you, Issei. Nothing is going to change that." After that, no more words were said. Everything else was expressed physically. The Lion of Vatican 20. Malcolm couldn't help from releasing a blissful sigh. Things were going smoothly for him. He abducted Issei's family, feasted on some exorcists who got in his way, and now had Issei back in Kuoh. Everything was going according to plan, and it was only a matter of time before Issei found him. Malcolm had no intention of revealing himself to Issei, for where's the fun in that? He did the majority of the work. The least Issei could do was search for him. His happiness, however, was interrupted by the sound of a baby crying. Turning his attention to the room where he was keeping his hostages, Malcolm shouted, "Get that baby to shut up or I will." He didn't have any intentions of harming the baby, for once he was done with Issei and his family, he would take the girl as his own. The thought of having his own pupil was somewhat exciting, for finally, he wouldn't be alone in this world as the only dark magic user. "Malcolm, what the hell are you doing?" came the voice of his superior as the sound of the double doors hitting the walls echoed throughout the building. Turning around, Malcolm was greeted by the sight of an unhappy Kuoh. "What do you mean?" Malcolm demanded in a voice that was filled with annoyance. He was grateful for what the fallen angel did for him so long ago, but sometimes the man could be a huge pain in the ass. "For the past few days I have heard nothing from you, not once have you responded to me, and the reason is because of a family? Do you not understand what's going on at the moment? My war is about to begin, and you're busy playing house." Kuoh lectured. He didn't care what Malcolm did in his free time, but right now he had no free time. His concerns were irrelevant. All that mattered was this war. "That's not just any family. That's Issei Hyoudu's family," Malcolm declared. He was hoping that Kuoh would understand, but all he got was an irritated look from the cadre. "Issei Hyoudou is dead. What's the point of kidnapping his family?" Kuoh questioned. Malcolm clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Issei Hyoudou is not dead. If he was, I wouldn't still feel a connection with him. I wasn't sure at first, and assumed him to be in a sleep-like state due to my connection being weak, but last night my assumption was confirmed." The darkness inside of him had begun to spread for a while, which meant someone took off the barrier protecting him, or he took it off. Either way, the Lion of Vatican lives. The cadre upon hearing this frowned. This wasn't something he wanted to hear. "Don't worry though," Malcolm said in an attempt to assure his leader. "Issei will not be a threat for long. I sense that a confrontation between me and him is bound to happen soon." "You're sure about this?" the fallen angel questioned with a tinge of doubt in his voice. "I am positive," he answered with a nod. "Issei will come to me, and then I shall have my feast, and you shall have your war with no problems whatsoever." Kuoh was silent at first. He did have some doubts, but then he remembered who he was speaking to. "Very well, I'll leave Issei Hyoudou to you. However, let it be known that if you fail me, then you will die. I have no tolerance for liars." "Noted." Issei quietly watched Akino as she unpacked her clothes. After last night, Issei informed Rias of the team of exorcists that were soon to be arriving and that he was going to be having to move out of Akino's apartment. Rias understood this, and told Sona this, who was somewhat glad that he was back. Akino, on the other hand, didn't take the news well, and made it clear that she'll be moving into the house as well. He had tried to tell her that it was only going to be temporary, but Akino wasn't going to have any of that, and told him that she needs to be around him. Issei was taken back by this, and did try to reason with her, but she didn't care. "A lot of things have changed since I've been here," Issei said to himself as he looked away from Akino only to see Yuma and Kiba standing in the hallway chatting. "The world will always move on, Issei. It waits for no one," Regulus stated, deciding to make his presence known. Yeah, but that kind of infuriates me, Issei admitted as he saw Tsubasa and Kaneko exit one of the rooms and go past the two who were idling around. He didn't know if Tsubasa noticed this, but he did see her quickly glance at him before heading down the stairs. Regulus snorted in response. It should, but you're not caring about the world. You're caring for the people on this world. Issei was about to reply when Rias called out to him from downstairs. Not bothering to ask what she needed, Issei made his way downstairs. While walking by Yuma and Kiba, Issei was able to notice how close the two have gotten with one another. It used to look like where Kiba was forcing himself to talk to the girl, but now it seemed like he was having no problem speaking to her. He didn't say anything to them, but seeing the two being happy and energetic made him smile. Halfway down the steps, Issei was welcomed by the sight of Rias, who had one hand on the banister. Do you need something? He asked. I forgot to ask this earlier, but how many people are exactly coming? Rias answered, her tone being one of curiosity. I don't know, to be honest, Issei answered while shrugging his shoulders. My guess is probably around 4? Sometimes a team can consist of 7 members. Sometimes it consists of 2. It really all depends on the situation. Why? Was simply curious, Rias replied before turning around and walking down the steps. Oh, well, do you mind waiting a second? I kind of need to ask you something as well, Issei said, causing the girl to come to a halt and look back at him. Seeing that he had his attention again, Issei spoke. I was just wondering what your thoughts are on Akino living with me. I mean, you're her king. Will you protect her? Rias interrupted. Huh? He asked with surprise. I said, will you protect her? Rias repeated, her voice firm. Without a doubt, he claimed, his one eye narrowing. Issei wasn't going to let anyone harm her. Be it human, fallen angel, devil, yukai, whatever it was, he would defend her from it. Then I'm fine with her living here, Rias stated with a smile forming. As long as I know you'll be there for her, then I'm fine with this. Oh, well, thanks, Issei said with reddening cheeks. The praise was unexpected, but not unwelcomed. Rias said nothing else after that. Instead, she resumed walking down the steps. Issei watched her for a couple of seconds before heading back to the room where he and Akino will be staying. Once reaching the room, Issei was met with the sight of Akino, who was still unpacking her clothes. While knocking on the door, Issei said, Need any help? Akino jumped due to the sudden noise, and looked at him with a startled and surprised expression. You scared me, Issei. Sorry, was all he said as he approached her. Issei felt like there was some tension between them was a little weird, but he assumed it was him imagining it. It's fine, I was just thinking about things, she replied as she hanged another shirt of hers. What kind of things? He asked as he hugged her from behind. He didn't know why, but he had the urge to hug her right now. Akino was quiet at first. A part of her wanted to resume unpacking, but another part of her wanted to stay like this. Giving in to her desire of being in Issei's warmth, she said, About you and me. Really? Issei questioned with a little surprise as she looked up at him, and gave him a small nod. What about us? It might be a little too soon, but I was wondering after all of this was over if you wanted to, She started before her cheeks became flushed with embarrassment. Even though he had one eye, his look of curiosity was something she found cute. Yes? He asked. His heart was beating fast. It was strange, but the way she was speaking made it beat like this. It's embarrassing, forget about it, she said as she looked away. It must be if you're the one acting like this, Issei said with a bit of laughter. It was a rare sight to see Akino like this, and seeing her like this made him want to know even more now. Come on, what is it? After several seconds of silence, she spoke. I was wondering if you wanted to retire from the church. Retire from the church? Issei repeated. Yeah, we live a normal life, just the two of us. I'm sure Rias would be okay with it, Akino stated, her gaze still lingering on the floor. An image entered Issei's mind. An image of her and him standing before a house with a couple of kids and Regulus as their pet. He could see it all, and seeing the happiness that would come from it made him smile. However, another picture entered his mind, a picture of Felix. We're going to change the world and protect humanity, right, Issei? Remembering this made his smile become one of sadness. As much as he loved the idea of just being with Akino, he realized that the chance of that happening was nearly impossible. Even if he did break his promise to Felix, this life wasn't something he could just walk away from. Especially with him being the wielder of Regulus Nemea. People would come for him no matter what. It may not be the church, or the devils, or the fallen angels, but someone would come for him. I'm sorry, I don't think I could give you that life, Issei admitted, sadness seeping into his voice. It's not because I don't want to or anything like that, but I just don't think the supernatural world would allow us to have a simple and normal life. Akino frowned upon hearing this. She knew the chances of it happening were low, very low. Yeah, I guess they wouldn't. The sorrow in Akino's voice didn't go unnoticed, and in a desperate attempt to cheer her up, Issei said, But maybe we could get married after this. I know it might not be much, but... Do you really mean that? She asked as she turned around and looked at him. Gulping, Issei replied, Yeah, of course. What are you saying, you idiot? You haven't even known her for a year, you can't just get married like this. Issei mentally scolded himself as Akino stated how much she would love that. You know, Akino said in a tone full of mischief that pulled him from his thoughts. Hearing you say that made me really excited. Oh, did it now? Issei asked as his face became red. Yeah, and the thought of doing it right now is turning me on as well. She continued as she began to gently stroke his right cheek with her left hand. Doing what? He questioned. He had a pretty good idea what she was implying, but a part of him was hoping she was kidding or something like that. Putting her head next to his, she whispered huskily into his ear. Sex. She had dragged the word out, and at the end of it, she gave his cheek a small lick, causing him to flinch in surprise. We can't, at least not right now. The last part he uttered under his breath in hopes that she didn't hear. But I don't think I can wait, Akino stated as she clung onto him, her breasts pushing against his chest. Akino, Issei said as he looked away, this was starting to get problematic. If she keeps this on, it won't be too long before he gives in to his desires. Come on, doesn't the thought of doing it while our friends are just outside of this room turn you on? She asked as her right hand slithered down to his nether regions. Oh, it does. Issei's face became redder upon hearing that, and for a brief moment, he was hating his body as well as his teenage hormones. Luckily, though, God was on his side today. Akino, can you come down here real quick? There's something we need to ask you. Yuma shouted from downstairs, causing a small scowl to appear on Akino's face. So close, she muttered in annoyance before pulling herself off of Issei. Meanwhile, Issei released a breath he had been holding in for a while. He was thankful for Yuma's intervention, for he didn't know how much longer he could continue warding off his urge to take her. She seems to be back to normal, Regulus commented as Issei gazed at the slightly closed door. You think so? Issei questioned. With you accidentally proposing to her? Yes, I'd say she's back to normal, Regulus affirmed as his host walked out of the room. I didn't mean to do that, he sheepishly stated as he began to make his way downstairs. It was just all I could think of at the moment for some reason. I know, hence why I said accidentally, Regulus quipped, traces of amusement seeping into his voice. But you can't really take it back now, can you? That lifted her spirits up, so she's going to be expecting a proper proposal once all of this is over. That's... Issei started with a frown. That's going to be difficult. I mean, I would need to get a ring, and I would need my family's approval as well as the church's, and oh my god. What caused Issei's train of thought to break was the thing he walked into. Standing all in a circle around the coffee table was everyone who was helping him and Akino move. In their hands were BDSM objects. Tsubasa, who had a confused expression on her face, was holding in her left hand a smoothly curved metal bar with a metal ball on one end and a ring on the other, while in her right hand was these strange-looking handcuffs that had a padlock in the middle. Kiba, who had an awkward smile, simply stared at the BDSM objects in front of him. There was a whip, a bit gag, a ball gag, a chastity belt, some silver rings, and many more things. Kaneko, on the other hand, wasn't looking at the objects. Instead, she was glaring at Akino, who had a very, very sweet smile decorating her face. The smile was too sweet. Ria's face was completely red as she gazed at the objects. She knew Akino was into BDSM, but she didn't know she owned stuff like this. The only one who didn't seem to be troubled by this besides Akino was Yuma, who was looking at all of the equipment with interest. What is all this?" Issei asked with a tiny trace of concern in his voice. He wasn't familiar with BDSM, but because Akino was interested in it, he did look some of it up, and found it to be somewhat disturbing. That didn't mean though he was into it, or fine with doing it. "This is all of my tools," Akino stated, her smile never faltering. What's this?" Tsubasa asked as she gestured to the smoothly curved metal bar in her left hand. "Oh, that's an anal hook," Yuma quickly answered in a cheerful manner as if this was a common occurrence with her. Issei didn't say anything. He was too busy processing this all. He had never seen this stuff before, so he was kind of curious where she had been keeping it all. "You're the worst," Kaneko stated as she continued to stare at Akino, causing the raven-haired girl to release a giggle of amusement. "Hey Akino where have you been keeping this?" Rias stammered as she finally tore her eyes away from the objects. "Yufufu, in storage," her queen answered. "I didn't have any place to put it in my apartment, but now that I'm living with Issei." As she trailed off, Issei noticed that her gaze had shifted to him, and he couldn't help from feeling that she was stripping him with her mind right now. Never had he felt the urge to cover himself like a maiden would when caught bathing in a river. "Don't look at me like that," he said to himself as her gaze lingered on him. "I'm getting creeped out now." "Can I watch it?" spoke Yuma as she looked at Akino, causing the heiress queen's attention to move from Issei to her. "Watch what?" Akino asked in a somewhat cold tone. "Your BDSM session with Issei," Yuma stated. "Nope." "Yes." "What?" The Lion of Vatican 21. Issei couldn't help from frowning as he stared down his opponent. He didn't know how it escalated so quickly, or how he got himself into this position, but he didn't have really any choice in the matter now. He had to fight, and he had to win. Earlier that day, upon waking up, Issei found himself in a strange position. He remembered falling asleep while holding on to Akino. So how come he was laying on his back with Leon laying on his right arm, and Akino on his left arm? After blinking a few times, Issei decided not to worry about it, and attempted to free his arms only to feel this tingly and somewhat painful sensation making him wince a little. "Well, this is just dandy," he muttered to himself as he stared at the ceiling. He didn't want to wake them up, but he didn't also want to lay there for possibly hours on end. With a sigh, Issei glanced at Akino and spoke to her in a voice that was slightly louder than a whisper. "Akino?" "Pissed Akino." "NGH," was Akino's response as she rolled on his arm, causing another wave of tingles and pain to surge through him. My God, that wasn't a fun experience at all," he said while clenching his teeth. After a couple of seconds, Issei looked at her again. She had rolled herself over to where he could now see her face, and it was at this moment that Issei realized that she had a cute sleeping face. Due to him calling out her name earlier, she looked as if she wasn't wanting to get up, and because of this expression he was seeing, Issei found her to be adorable. As much as he wanted to lay there and stare at her sleeping face, he had to get up. "Akino, it's time to wake up." I don't wanna," she groaned in her sleep as her face scrunched, making her even cuter. "Come on, the team sent by the church is arriving today. I gotta go meet them at the airport," Issei said in an attempt to reason with her only to get another groan from her. "I don't want to get up though," Akino said as her eyes finally fluttered open. "I just want to lay here with you all day." "You know we can't do that," Issei murmured with reddening cheeks. He didn't really want to go and get these exorcists, but he didn't exactly have a choice in the matter. Michael had visited him yesterday, and he had informed him that he'd meet them at the airport, so he kind of had to go. "I know, but still," Akino trailed off as she gently placed her hand on his right cheek. The white cloth that he used to cover his right eye was off, so Akino was able to see his scarred eye. As she began to caress his cheek, Issei closed his left eye. The affection wasn't unwelcomed at all. The two lay there in silence for a couple of seconds, before Akino said in a voice slightly above a whisper, "I love you." Issei's lips curved slightly upwards upon hearing this, causing Akino to smile as well. He didn't have to respond. She already knew he loved her. She just wanted to say that to him. After a couple of seconds of stroking his face, Akino stopped and said, "Hey Issei?" To which he replied by saying, "Yeah? I haven't told you my reasoning for hating fallen angels, have I?" she asked, causing Issei's eye to slightly crack open. "No, now that I think about it, you haven't really told me the reason at all. I've wanted to ask, but a lot of things have been going on as of lately," Issei answered as he began to recall all of the recent events. "Well," Akino started with a small frown. She didn't really want to talk about it, but Issei had done so much for her, and deserved to know why. "The reason why is the fallen angels killed my mother." Issei's one good eye widened upon hearing that. "They killed your mother?" he asked with surprise evident in his tone. He had suspected it to be personal, but for some reason, he didn't think that would be the cause of her hatred. "Yes. My father was the reason she died," Akino stated with traces of anger in her voice. "Huh, so he was like a rogue fallen angel or something?" Issei said aloud with a frown. "What, no, he wasn't a rogue fallen angel or anything like that. He's a part of the Grigori," Akino stated. She was at first confused by what he asked, but quickly understood the question he was implying. So another fallen angel hated him and killed your mom?" Issei asked with confusing seeping into his voice. "No, my family killed my mother. They felt my mother was brainwashed by my father, so they killed her," she admitted with a bit of frustration. She was hating that they were talking about this, and it was a little annoying that Issei was asking these questions. But Issei started with even more confusion. He had hated fallen angels for crippling and scarring his father, but his grudge was a petty one, so he was able to let go of it rather easily. "What is it?" Akino questioned. It's nothing. Don't worry about it," he replied. "Are you sure?" Akino questioned, a trace of doubt seeping into her voice. "Yeah, I'm." Issei, Leon moaned as she rolled over on his other arm while placing her arms on him, making his eyes go wide from the sudden sensation he was feeling. "Leon," he said in surprise as his attention was diverted away from Akino. "You're warm, stay," Leon mumbled in a cute tone that made Issei's cheeks red. Issei was about to reply, but was stopped by Akino's laughter. "You fufu, looks like you're going to be staying here a little longer." "I can't though," Issei said as he attempted to get his arms out from underneath them, only to end up feeling another wave of tingles and pain. Fine, I'm allowing you to go, but in return, you owe me a date and a night alone with you," Akino stated with her grin of mischief. "You have." "Issei still owes me," Leon interrupted, causing Issei to look at her with a frown. Noticing his look of confusion, Leon said, "A date? Issei owes me a date." "Oh," came his response as he realized that he had told her the next time he has to deal with something he'd bring her with him. I guess I owe you both a date." "Your fufu, it seems like you do, Issei," Akino said with a smile. Issei released a sigh as he stared down at his phone. He was wearing his exorcist garbs and was currently sitting down in a chair with Joyeuse in between his legs, but due to laws, he had to have it wrapped. The reason why Issei was staring at his phone was because the team of exorcists hadn't landed yet, and because he had yet to receive a message from Kuroka since seeing her in Akino's apartment. He wasn't expecting her to find out any information immediately, but it has been 3 days, so he suspected that she got something at least for him. While staring at his phone, a text from an unknown number popped up on the screen. Issei didn't bother reading the number. Instead, Issei pressed his thumb on the notification. "Hey, this is Tsubasa Yura. If you were wondering how I got your phone number from Akino, I texted her earlier asking if I could have yours since I have things that I need to talk to you about. I hope I'm not bothering you. Please text me, or call me when you're available, so we can talk," Issei said to himself as his eyes moved from word to word. As Issei began to type up his reply, Regulus made his presence known. Have you noticed that a lot of people have had need of you as of lately? What do you mean? Issei asked, not even bothering to stop what he was doing. Everyone that we've come across needs or wants something from you. Lady Gabriel wants you to pray to her if you are troubled. Aquino wants to have a date with you. Rias wants you to make sure Aquino is protected and happy, and the Nekashu, who is still annoying, in my opinion, wants you to help save her species. Literally, everyone wants something from you at the moment, and you haven't really told them what you want or what's going on with you. You act like nothing is wrong, and keep your problems hidden from them. Regulus pointed out. Issei pondered what Regulus said in silence. Now that he thought about it, there were a lot of people who wanted something from him. I guess you're right. A lot of people require my attention. Issei agreed as he finished writing his response. It's not a big deal though, I mean, not all of them are that important. Regardless, our priorities should be locating your parents. The longer we prolong finding them, the longer they're at risk. Regulus stated in hopes that Issei would understand that he can't just keep sitting around and waiting for information to arrive. And how would I go about doing that? Issei demanded, traces of anger leaking into his voice. All everyone cares about is this alliance. If I told Sona, Rias, and Rainier that my parents were somewhere in Kuoh, then I just caused them trouble. So you think keeping this as hidden from them is the solution to the problem? Regulus asked after several seconds of nothing but silence. This is a personal matter, I don't need to get them involved in this stuff. All they need to. Issei started, but stopped after noticing two people wearing white hooded cloaks with gold and blue accents, making it nearly impossible for him to see their facial features from where he was sitting. At first, he didn't think much about them. They were wearing crucifixes around their necks, but he didn't sense any holy energy from them at all, so he assumed they foreigners coming to a convention or something along those lines. That is until a third person popped up from behind them. The third person was a short blonde-haired girl. She wore a dark teal nun outfit with light blue accents, a white veil over her head with light blue accents, a brown satchel that was slung onto her right hip, and brown boots. He had seen this girl before a few months ago in one of the church's gardens. It was Asia Argento. They sent a holy maiden as well? Lord Michael must be serious. Regulus stated with a tinge of surprise. Yeah, Issei replied as he stared at the blonde girl. It had been so long since he saw her, but from what he remembered of her, she was a kind and friendly-spirited person who didn't seem to hold any ill will towards anyone. Not long after her appearing, a fourth person came up from behind the three, causing Issei's eye to go wide from shock. The fourth member of the church was a young male with spiky blonde hair. He looked to be a year older than Issei, had hazel-colored eyes, and wore clerical clothing. In his hands were two bags that were radiating with holy energy. He had a slim, but muscular build and was probably an inch or two taller than Issei. The young man's name was Nero Raimondi, and he was rumored to be just as skilled as Issei. He, like Issei, had received training under Vasco, but unlike Issei, he was able to learn how to fuse his punches with holy power. Lord Michael is really serious, Regulus commented as Issei continued to gawk at the blonde boy. Issei didn't like to think this, but Regulus believed Nero was his unofficial rival. The blonde boy was taught by Issei's father, Vasco, and Dulio, just like him, making him an excellent fighter and worthy person for Issei to fight and potentially become partners with. It didn't take long for the four church members to notice Issei, and not long after spotting him, the group made their way towards him with Nero in the lead. Putting his phone in his pocket and grabbing Joyeuse by the forte, Issei got up from his seat and made his way towards them. He was a little nervous due to it being a while since he's seen someone that's a part of his faction that wasn't an angel, but he was also excited. Issei Hyoudou, is that you? Nero questioned, his voice full of surprise as he came to a halt right in front of Issei. It's been a while since we've last seen each other, hasn't it? Came Issei's calm and cool response. I'll say, I think the last time I saw you was when you were 15. Nero cheerfully stated with a small smile. Issei didn't bother saying anything to Nero. The blonde nun who was standing on Issei's right looked like she had something she wanted to say to him. Asia was your name, right? It's been a while since we last saw each other as well. Yes, night I mean Issei Hyoudou. Thanks for the apples by the way. Asia fumbled her words before quickly bowing, causing Issei to look at her with confusion. Apples? Issei said aloud as he thought about what she meant before remembering what she asked for when they met. Oh, it was nothing. Night Issei Hyoudou, spoke one of the other members, causing Issei to avert his attention towards them. Their voice was feminine, and now that Issei was standing in front of them he was able to tell that both of them were females. Yes? We had heard that you were kidnapped, so if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing here? The female exorcist demanded. Issei said with a look of confusion as he stared at her. Zenobia, don't you think that's a little rude and sudden to ask? The fourth member questioned as she grabbed a hold of the now named female exorcist. Zenobia does bring up a good point, Irina. I was informed that you were abducted as well, so I'm kind of curious as well, Nero stated. It's complicated, and a very long story, and judging by your confusion I'm assuming you weren't told everything. Came Issei's response with a sigh. He hated that he was going to have to explain this all to them, but he should have seen this coming. Lord Michael probably had the Pope send the four of them here under the orders of retrieving the Excaliburs and didn't tell them at all about him. Mind enlightening us then? Zenobia questioned as she continued to stare at him, her eyes never leaving him. I'll tell you on the way home, okay? And yeah, that's pretty much it. I've been here living my life as a normal teenager trying to coexist with devils and fallen angels, Issei stated before taking a sip of his water. He had informed the four of them pretty much all he could think of, but he could tell that they didn't approve of this. Except for Asia, she didn't look upset at all. Instead, she looked happy for Issei. Forgive me, Issei, but I doubt you're telling us the truth. There's no way God would keep this type of thing a secret, Zenobia declared as she glared at the one-eyed exorcist. They're keeping it a secret. If people found out about it, they'd try to stop peace from happening. Everyone has their warmongers, and I bet the one who took the Excaliburs is doing all of this in hopes of reigniting the war, Issei said with a frown. He didn't like being called a liar, and from what he's seen so far Zenobia didn't like him at all. Even if that is the case, there is no way on God's green earth will I live with a devil, Zenobia firmly said, causing both Asia and Irina to look at her with shock. Zenobia, that's... I agree with Zenobia on that, Asia, Nero stated with a sigh. So far the blonde exorcist had been keeping quiet and listening to the conversation, but now he felt like it was time for him to speak his opinion. Even if Issei was telling the truth, which is hard to believe, there's no way in hell I'm going to sleep with a devil that close to me. Issei furrowed his brows. He could understand their doubt. Hell, he would doubt it too if he were in their position, but it was still annoying to him. Aquino is a devil and our enemy, the blue-haired exorcist stated in a firm tone, causing Issei's eye to narrow. Excuse me? Issei nearly growled. Issei was doing his best to tolerate Zenobia, but she was starting to get on his nerves. She had practically questioned him on everything. She's our enemy, Issei, Nero said in an attempt to make Issei see reason, unaware of the anger brewing inside of him. And for all, we know she's brainwashed you, Zenobia stated in a curt manner, causing Issei to rise from his seat. Zenobia, Nero said with a bit of surprise. He wouldn't admit it, but he did have his suspicions. It was just a little convenient, but what he was saying was that for all they knew the devils helped steal the Excalibur fragments. I'm merely stating what I feel is the truth. Issei has been missing for months on end, and now we finally find him only to see that his eye is gone. It's a little... Zenobia was interrupted by Issei's hand. During the time of her explaining, Issei calmly walked over to her, and then in one quick motion slapped her. The force was unexpected, and Zenobia had to take a second to process what just happened to her. Meanwhile, Asia shouted, Zenobia, and quickly got up from her chair to heal any damage that was done to the blue-haired girl. Irina, on the other hand, didn't know what to do. She didn't understand why Issei just slapped her, and would draw her sword, but Issei didn't look like he planned on causing any harm. Nero in response yelled at Issei as he closed the distance between him and the brown-haired boy. What the hell was that for, Issei? Issei didn't say anything to Nero. He simply spoke to Zenobia. Aquino isn't my enemy. I understand that not all devils are perfect, and that they have their flaws, but Aquino is different. I love her, I gave up my eye for her, and if I have to I will give up my life for her as well. Nero upon hearing this grabbed a hold of Issei's shoulder, and spun him around to face him as Irina shouted her surprise. Issei, are you telling me you're in love with the devil? He asked, his voice filled with nothing but seriousness. Yes, Issei answered with no hesitation. Is that a problem? Nero thought about his response for several seconds. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, and looked for any traces of Issei joking, but didn't see any. With a sigh, Nero said, Yeah, I have a problem with it. It's a sin to fall in love with the devil. Are you guys going to kill me then? Issei demanded with irritation. Reluctantly, Nero answered. No, you're my friend, and I know you're still here. I just gotta show you that God's on my side and that what you believe in is wrong. The Lion of Vatican 22. Nero, please reconsider, this fighting isn't the solution, Asia begged with a worried expression. She, along with Zenobia and Irina, were both standing on the Issei's left. Nero, however, ignored her plead. The blonde-haired exorcist just gazed upon Issei, who in return did the same thing. Irina, who had been mostly quiet, looked at her friend Zenobia. She at first was surprised to see the Lion of Vatican, and had so many questions just like Zenobia, but after hearing out Issei's reasons of why he was here, she started to believe him a bit. Of course, she was a little suspicious of him as well, and did wonder if Issei was, in fact, brainwashed, but so far from what she's seen, it didn't look like he was. It just looked like he was in love with the devil, which made no sense to her. Zenobia, Irina said in a quiet tone to gain her friend's attention. I can't believe Issei was corrupted by the devils. Zenobia started with a frown as she stared at Issei. Due to Asia, she didn't have any signs of being slapped, but she still remembered the feeling, and it hurt like hell. In reality, she didn't want to doubt Issei, and was kind of glad to see him due to her being somewhat her idol in a way, but after hearing all this, she couldn't believe him. She couldn't believe that Lord Michael as well as God orchestrated his disappearance. The devils and fallen angels were their enemies and creatures of sin and desire that needed to face God's divine judgment. I don't think he is, Irina mumbled. Her lips were slightly curved downwards. He is, Irina. This Aquino girl caused him to stray from God's path, Zenobia stated, her eyes never leaving Issei. Fortunately, Nero is going to help him. How is fighting going to solve this, Zenobia? Asia demanded, fear and concern etched into her voice. Nero is going to knock some sense into him. The devils have warped his mind into believing that he's doing God's work. Nero has to beat him to show that Issei's wrong, the blue-haired exorcist answered as she glanced at the holy maiden. But don't worry. Once Nero is done, you can treat Issei, and then we can figure out where we go from here. We'll probably have to inform the church that we found Issei, though, Zenobia declared, not even caring if Issei heard her or not. But there's nothing we can do about this, the chestnut exorcist said as she placed a hand on Asia's shoulder. Neither of them looks like they're going to back down, and if we'd only get in the way if we got involved. Asia, hearing this, released a sigh of defeat. Issei, who had so far been speaking to Regulus about his plan of action, couldn't help from getting a little annoyed by what Zenobia was saying. He didn't hold any ill will towards her, but he wouldn't lie, she was frustrating. With a sigh, Issei spoke, breaking the silence between him and Nero. Are you sure you want to do this, Nero? I don't want to harm you, Issei, Nero answered while unsheathing his holy sword. The sword had a long grip, making it able to be two-handed with a round pommel at the end. It had a golden cross guard similar to Joyeuse's. However, unlike Joyeuse, the cross guard was curved slightly forward. But you refuse to see reason, and because of that I must fight you. You and Zenobia are the only ones who are refusing to see reason. I understand that not all devils aren't good, but I'm telling there are some who are good, and Aquino is one of them, Issei said in response as he unsheathed the Joyeuse. That's something a person corrupted by the devils would say, Nero replied, causing a scowl to appear on Issei's face. I guess we've passed the point of talk. Issei said as he closed his one good eye. It upsets me, but I should have expected something like this to occur. Understand, Issei, that I will not be holding back. I'm going to show you that you're wrong and that God is on my side, the blonde-haired exorcist declared before twirling the blade and entering a top guard stance. Issei was taken back by the action. Between the two of them, Issei was the better swordsman, so he expected Nero to use his fists. Heh, not going to use your fists? Issei questioned, in which Nero didn't say anything. Taking his silence as his answer, Issei cracked his neck real quick before entering a top guard stance as well. The thought about activating his balance breaker did cross his mind, but he doubted he'd need it. Nero may be the better brawler between the two of them, but Issei's skills with a sword was superior. However, Issei did have to pay attention to his attacks due to Nero's sacred gear. It was somewhat of a passive one, where every attack would increase his defense, and it would eventually lead up to where Issei's attacks wouldn't even faze him, so if he didn't take him down quickly, then there's a chance he'd need to use his sacred gear as well. The two after didn't say anything for a couple of seconds, which felt like an eternity for Asia. She had put up a barrier earlier to prevent stray magic and collateral damage, but if she was being honest with herself, she doubted that it would contain it all. The two of them were great exorcists, and if they truly were going all out, then there was no way her barrier would last. However, she had to try. Eventually, their standoff ended, and the two began to move towards one another. Both knew that the other one was skilled in hand-to-hand combat, so either could afford to make a mistake. Even if Issei was brainwashed and handicapped due to his missing eye, Issei was still a great combatant, and Nero would be a fool if he underestimated him. Once they closed the distance between one another, the two engaged in combat. Issei sent a lightning-fast downward strike only to then be parried by Nero. The brown-haired exorcist backstepped and avoided Nero's first attack, before blocking the second attack with the forte. With one hand on the handle and one hand on the foible, Issei guided Nero's blade away from him and attempted to hit Nero in the face with his pommel. Nero narrowly evaded the pommel strike by weaving his head to the left and put a few feet between the two of them. The gap between them, however, was closed by Issei, who sent a flurry of attack. Nero deflected and dodged the majority of the attacks before sidestepping to Issei's blind spot, his right side. Nero had immediately picked up on this, and noticed that Issei was trying his best to keep him on his left side. With one hand, Issei swung Joyeuse sideways while spinning himself to face Nero again. The three spectators watched in awe as Nero leaped away and avoided the slash that could have ended his life. For someone who's been supposedly tortured by the devils, he's good, Irina stated as she watched the two begin to trade blows. It's like the two of them are dancing, Asia commented. Her voice was slightly muffled due to her covering her face with her hands. She was terrified that something bad was going to happen and didn't want to see it when it happens, but a small part of her wanted to see how the fight ends as well, so she resolved it by peeking through her fingers. That way, if something bad did happen, she could cover her eyes real quick. Fighting is dancing in a way, Irina said as she glanced over at the nun. I don't see it like that, but maybe God might help me with that one day? No, I feel that's a selfish request. Maybe I just haven't seen a fight that good enough? Zenobia ignored her friend's self-caused problem and simply continued to watch the two exorcists fight. Unlike Irina, she was completely enthralled in the fight, regardless if Issei was fighting under the influence of the devils. His form was great, especially for someone who was handicapped. She had heard that he was able to stand against Vasco for a short amount of time before being overpowered by the former Durenda user, but she didn't know if it was true or not. People tended to gossip, so unless she saw it with her own eyes, she had her doubts it was true. However, seeing that Issei was going toe-to-toe with Nero while missing an eye, she figured this rumor was true. She had sparred countless times with Nero in the past, and she was able to hold her own majority of the time, but she knew he was the superior swordsman between them. Back in the fight with Issei. Keep him on your left, Issei, he's... I know, Regulus, I know. Issei interrupted as he diverted a strike, and sent his own. He's trying to get on my right side. At this rate, nothing is going to happen. Regulus stated as the two traded blows. You both seem to be on the same level of skill when it comes to swords. Regulus was right, and that's what slightly irked Issei. He knew he was the better swordsman between him and Nero, so it was a little infuriating that he couldn't land a single hit on him. After blocking an underhand strike, Issei moved away from Nero. Once he was away, Issei planted Joyeuse into the ground, and said aloud, "It's time I end this." Nero silently watched as Issei became encased in white and gold lion armor. If you're going to be using your balance breaker, then I guess I should too," Nero stated before planting his own sword into the ground. Not long after this, a faint white aura formed around the blonde-haired exorcist. The power radiating from Nero wasn't as strong, as intimidating as the power surging from Issei, but nonetheless, it was still strong. Neither of the two bothered picking up their blades either. Instead, they charged at one another. Issei sent a heavy right haymaker, while Nero delivered a heavy left haymaker. Both fists collided with one another, and the force behind their attacks was enough to create a sonic boom as well as cause the ground beneath them to crack a little. The two pushed their hands against one another before Issei sent a left hook to Nero's jaw. Nero didn't bother blocking it, he simply took the blow much to Issei's dread. The punch didn't even faze Nero at all. It was like he hit him with a feather. Cracking a smirk, Nero sent a powerful uppercut to Issei's jaw, making the armored warrior to go flying. Not wasting this chance, Nero then leaped into the air and with all his might axe-kicked Issei, causing Issei to slam into the ground. Issei unconsciously coughed blood up as a large amount of dirt and dust launched into the air. He was not expecting that much power behind his attacks at all. Slowly getting up to his knees, Issei looked up to see Nero appear in front of him with a knee aimed straight for his head. Realizing that he needed to move, Issei rolled backwards only to see Nero on him. He blocked one of Nero's kicks with his left hand, and while rising up he blocked Nero's left hook. Right when Issei was about to send a jab to Nero's, a faint popping noise was heard. Both Issei and Nero ceased what they were doing. They remained in their positions, but both knew something had just happened. It didn't take long for them or any of the other church members to realize what happened. Someone had gotten through the barrier Asia put up. "You sensed it too, right?" Issei asked as he ceased fighting with Nero. "Yeah, Excuse me, but could one of you please explain what's going on?" Came a voice that Issei knew too well, and stopping Regulus mid-sentence. As Issei turned around, Zenobia, Asia, Irena, and Nero released gasps of shock. The person who had broken through the barrier was Lady Gabriel. "Lady Gabriel," the four said in near unison as they all fell to their knees except for Issei, who stared at Gabriel with surprise. "Gabriel? What are you doing here?" Issei questioned as his armor disappeared. "I came to make sure the team that was sent here knows what is going on," Gabriel answered with a small frown. "But that's beside the point right now. Were you two in the middle of a spar?" "Forgive me for speaking out of turn, Lady Gabriel, but do you mind clearing some things up?" Nero asked as he looked up at her with confusion written on his face. "We were already told our mission, but what we don't understand is what Issei is doing here. We thought he was kidnapped." "Yeah, Issei has been missing for months, so I suspected the devils killed our contact and tried to use him since he's apparently in love with," Zenobia added. Gabriel didn't say anything, she just looked at Issei. "I did try to tell them," Issei quickly said as he put his hands up to indicate that he's not guilty. "Let us go inside. I feel it would be better if I explained it in there," Gabriel said after a couple of seconds of staring at Issei. She didn't know how they reached that conclusion, but she was thankful that she got here before anyone got injured. "I see, so Issei truly is doing God's work?" Nero said with a small frown as he looked at the brown-haired exorcist who was currently having Asia heal the bruise he had gained from him. "Yes, we've thought about telling the church a few times, but we don't think they're ready to hear this. We fear that some might attempt to ruin the chance of peace, so until it's for sure, we've decided to keep it hidden from everyone except for a few," Gabriel said before taking a sip of her water that was provided by Issei. "And God is okay with him having a relationship with the devil?" Zenobia asked as she glanced at Issei. "Yes, it might be frowned upon by some people, but there is nothing wrong with him loving a devil," Gabriel sternly stated. I see," Zenobia said as she tore her eyes away from him. "Is something wrong?" Issei questioned as he glanced at the blue-haired exorcist. "I just feel like I should apologize to you, Knight Hyoudou," Zenobia started as she focused her attention on him again. "You were being honest with us from the start, and I doubted you and called you a liar." "It's fine, and please call me Issei. There's no reason for you to be so formal with me," he said with a wave of his hand. "We're going to be working together, so we should be on good terms with one another, right?" "You're not wrong, but I do feel like I've offended you greatly," Zenobia replied. "Well, I won't lie, you did do that," he mentally responded as he chuckled. "It's fine, there's no harm done. Just don't talk bad about Akino, okay? She's very special to me. I will try my best not to cause any offense towards her," Zenobia said with a bit of hesitation. "I will as well," Nero added, causing Issei to look at him. "I had doubted you too, but if what Lady Gabriel is saying is true, then I shall try to show some respect to the devils and fallen angels." "Me too," Irina said with a smile. "If this is what God wants us to do, then I will become best friends with them." "You don't need to go that far," Issei said with a nervous grin. He didn't know why, but he suspected that she tried too hard to get along with them, and end up creeping them out. Asia looked like she had something to say, but before she had a chance to speak, Gabriel started talking. "I am glad you all are willing to give this a chance. I, along with some of the other seraphs, were afraid that some of you would be against this, but hearing you say this gives me relief and comfort." Issei watched as the exorcist's cheeks went red from what she said, and had to do his best to stop himself from laughing. After a while, he began to wonder if that was what he was like when a seraph complimented or praised him. Issei," Asia started, pulling him from his thoughts. I just want to say that I'm happy you were able to get over your hatred for devils." Thanks," he replied with uncertainty. After a couple minutes of everyone except Issei asking Gabriel questions as well as praising her, Gabriel released a sigh. "It's been nice meeting you all, but unfortunately I have to return to heaven. I do wish I could stay longer, but I told my brother that I wouldn't be here long." "Oh, but I wanted to hear more about God," Irina whined with a frown. "I wanted to know what he's like, and what his thoughts were about Adam and Eve. I wanna know." "Irina, this is Lady Gabriel you're in front of," Zenobia said in a scolding manner as she pinched her friend's cheek. "Show her some respect." Nero's eye-rolling didn't go unnoticed by Issei, and he was sure Nero was thinking the same thing as him as the two watched Zenobia lecture Irina. "I'm sorry, but I really must be going," Gabriel said with a sad smile as she got up. Averting her attention to Issei, she then said, "If it's all right with you, can I officially meet Akino? There are some things I'd like to discuss with her." "Meet her? Yeah, I'm fine with that," Issei said aloud as he thought about it for a couple of seconds before agreeing with her. "Great," she said in response. "Well, I should head out now, please not to get into fights with the other faction's members, and if you are having problems, then ask Issei for help or just pray, and I will try to help you." "Understood, Lady Gabriel," all of them said in unison except Issei, who only said her name. With that said, Gabriel form disappeared in a white cross. "Today has been quite a hectic day," Issei said aloud as he submerged himself in the tub of hot water. He had already gotten a shower, and had planned on joining Akino in the bedroom, but instead decided to take a bath and just relax a little. The meeting between Akino and the exorcists was a somewhat awkward one at first, but eventually, they were able to hold what Issei believed to be a somewhat normal conversation. The only one who didn't seem to really have a problem getting along with Akino was Zenobia, surprisingly, but that was because she didn't seem to care what others thought. She would ask her a question, and then Akino would ask her one, and then it would repeat. Irina looked like she was trying a little too hard to be on friendly terms with her, which made him wonder if she had some sort of problem with the devils or something like that. Nero was alright. He didn't say much, and Issei was able to tell he was a little uncomfortable, but he was able to get along with her after a while. Asia wasn't able to say anything due to being flustered, and when she did say something, it was more about his relationship with Akino than anything else. He had wanted to introduce them to Leon as well, but she had gone back to the familiar forest again. Apparently, Leon was getting bored sitting at home doing nothing all day, so she has been going to a friend of hers and having them teach her how to shape-shift. It was a surprise, but he wasn't against the idea of learning how to shape-shift. If she learned how to shape-shift and was able to turn into an actual human, then he would finally be able to take her on an actual date. Sure, they could hunt stray devils together, but Issei felt like that wouldn't be as great as going out and doing normal couple things. Tilting his head back and looking at the ceiling, Issei began to ponder the next few days and what he planned on doing. He has to talk to Tsubasa about her feelings and where he sees them. He has to introduce the exorcists to Rias and everybody tomorrow at school. He has to text Kuroka and see if she's gotten any leads. He has to take Akino out on a date, and he also needs to speak with Sona about school since apparently that was important. There was just a lot he needed to do in such a short amount of time. His priorities should be finding his family, but he also needed to help Nero and them find the stolen Excaliburs before an attack happens. "Why is life so difficult?" he said aloud as he closed his eye, oblivious to the fact that someone had walked into the bathroom. "Because it's full of surprises?" came the voice of his girlfriend, followed by a giggle. Opening his eye, Issei was greeted by a rather stimulating sight. Akino was standing over him. Naked. "Akino," he said in a soft tone as the grin he came to love appeared on her face. "Me," she replied. "What are you doing here?" Issei questioned as she moved from behind him to his left. "Yufufu, what do you think?" she playfully said as she put one foot into the tub, followed by the other. Issei silently watched as she then turned around and sat down in front of him. The tub was big enough for two males to be in it at once, so she had plenty of room, but she decided to sit directly in front of him, right between his legs. "Do not get strung along, Issei, resist your urges and the temptation," Issei said to himself as Akino then leaned back into causing him to feel her assets touch his member. "Hey Issei?" spoke Akino as she turned her head a bit to where she could see his face. "Yeah?" he replied as he glanced at her. "You were serious about us getting married after this, right?" she questioned in a serious tone. Issei was hesitant to respond. A part of him wanted to say it was a spur-of-the-moment thing, but another part of him thought it wouldn't be wrong to get married at this age. "Kind of, I mean, I wouldn't be against marrying you, but a part of me feels like that's a big leap in our relationship," he said after about 30 seconds of contemplating what to say. "I don't think it would be," Akino admitted as she looked up at the ceiling, a fond smile written on her face. "We've done so much together, and I think we're at that point where we could get married." "You really like me, huh?" Issei stated with traces of amusement in his voice as he wrapped his arms around her waist. "I just want us to stay together," she confessed. "No matter what, I just want to be by your side. You know, maybe after all this is over I should talk to Lord Michael about resigning," Issei said aloud as he began to unconsciously rub her belly in a tender manner. "Really?" Akino said as she looked at him. "Yeah, I mean, I'm not certain yet, but there are things I want to do in life. It's kind of selfish, but I do want to be happy as well," Issei revealed with a small grin on his face. He wanted to open up his own flower shop, he wanted to have a house on the cliffside that gave him a beautiful view of the sun setting, and so much more. He knew it was wrong for him to have these selfish thoughts, but after hearing Akino say that she just wanted to be by his side, he started to think that maybe he should break his promise to Felix. It upset him a bit, but he had done a lot for humanity in the past few years, and once peace was established his purpose would kind of end. Sure, there were always going to be problems, but exorcists' main enemies were fallen angels and devils, so after they become allies the threat levels would decrease tremendously. "I would like it if you did retire," Akino stated as she placed her hands on top of his. "I know the church and God means a lot to you as well as humanity, but you mean the world to me and I don't want to lose you." "Akino. Please Issei, please retire for me," she said in a tone that could practically be considered begging as she turned herself to face him. Issei was quiet. He didn't know what to do, and when his eye made contact with hers, he could tell she wasn't kidding. The promise he made to Felix echoed inside his head as he gazed into her beautiful eyes. He wanted to say that he couldn't, but for some reason, he couldn't utter those words. He wanted to say that he could, but he couldn't say those words as well. It frustrated him, but he just didn't know how to reply. He didn't know what answer was the right one, but he felt that whatever answer he gave her was what decided his fate for the rest of his life. He began only to come to a stop. This frustrated him. His heart was telling him to retire, but it was also telling him that he shouldn't, that he would be abandoning his duty. The Lion of Vatican 23. Are you serious, Sona? Issei said with a tinge of annoyance in his voice. I am, replied the spectacled girl. She had a firm expression written on her face to emphasize the point. I literally lost my eye saving Akino from a horrendous act. Can't you cut me some slack? He demanded. The whole reason why Issei was upset was because of what Sona had placed on her desk not too long ago. It was all of the school work he had missed. This is something I am grateful for, Issei, but that doesn't excuse you from school work. If that's the case, then I'm pretty sure all of the male students would be doing noble deeds in hopes of being exempt from their school work, Sona firmly stated while adjusting her glasses. You're being unreasonable, he said with a huff as he crossed his arms. And you're acting like a child right now, she rebutted. She didn't think name-calling was the solution to this, but Issei had been arguing with her for almost 7 minutes now, so she was kind of getting tired of this. Whatever, I'll do it when I have the time. Can I go now? Issei said after releasing a sigh. Sona frowned slightly upon hearing this. She didn't know why, but that response of his made her feel like something was up. Issei was quite stubborn when it came to talking with her, and rarely gives up in a conversation. Even if the conversation were to lead to an argument like it did just now, Issei would stay his course until Akino tells him to stop or until there was a compromise where he benefited the most. You may, Issei, she answered, and without any hesitation whatsoever Issei left the room. Once he was gone, Sona released a sigh. Her attention shifted to her queen who had been silent during the entire exchange. Tsubaki, she said. Yes, President, Tsubaki replied as she looked at her king. Something's wrong with Issei. I don't know what's wrong with him, but I feel like there's something that he's not telling us, Sona stated as she shifted her attention back to the door. Are you sure? He seemed pretty normal to me when we were meeting the team of exorcists, her queen said with a small frown. No, even then I felt something was up. It might just be because of his injury, but I feel like Issei has changed a bit since we last saw him, Sona declared as she recalled how Issei acted in the meeting. He didn't act completely different, but there were times where it felt like Issei wasn't himself or there. It probably is just his injury, Tsubaki confessed as she began to recall the meeting too. Maybe, but I think we should keep an eye out on him, and we should also keep an eye out on Kiba as well. I don't know if you noticed it too, but he was glaring at those exorcists for some reason, and I think he might have been giving Issei a look too. Issei, upon arriving at the ORC clubroom, released a sigh. The day had been somewhat tedious so far, and that was mostly because of the meetings he had to attend. The meeting in the morning between the members of the church, the devils, and the fallen angels was all right, but he could tell that some of the people were uncomfortable. The only people who didn't look fazed or concerned at all was Kaneko, Rainer, Sona, Tsubaki, and Kalawarner. Everyone else seemed to be trepidatious. Akino had masked her concerns pretty well, but he could tell that her smile was slightly forced. The one who appeared to be troubled the most, though, for some reason, was Kiba. When the meeting started he was okay, but at the end of it, Issei noticed that the usual friendly smile he had was gone, and a frown had taken its place. He didn't know what was wrong, and would have asked him what's up, but decided not to because he already had enough problems of his own. He still had to talk to Tsubasa, he had to meet up with Kuroka tomorrow, and he had to speak with Nero about their next move now that the devils and fallen angels have been informed of what they were going to be doing during their time in Kuoh. All of these things annoyed him slightly, and he would continue to think about all of this, but at the moment, there was a certain black-haired girl sitting on the couch patiently waiting for him. Issei, spoke Akino with a smile as Issei closed the door behind him. Akino, he greeted as he approached her, a small smile forming as he shortened the distance between them. Upon closing the distance, Issei gave her a quick kiss on the forehead before sitting down next to her. Akino was caught off guard by the act, and had a small blush appear on her face. There had been multiple times where Issei has initiated the kiss, but it was rare for him to kiss her on the forehead. "Yufufu, you seem to be in a good mood," she stated in an attempt to hide her surprise. "Well, seeing you lifted my spirits," he replied in a somewhat lax manner. Akino giggled upon hearing this. It was a little corny and cheesy what he said, but she didn't have a problem with it. In fact, she liked it when he was like this, and sometimes preferred him being corny. "So," she said, dragging the word out. Issei, who was in the middle of opening his bento box that she provided him, stopped what he was doing and gave her a quick glance. "So?" he repeated, a tiny trace of confusion in his voice. "Have you talked to Tsubasa yet about her feelings?" she asked him. "Oh, no, not yet. I planned on talking to her at the end of the day," Issei answered before opening his lunch box. "I see," she replied. Issei felt like the atmosphere between the two of them was awkward. He didn't know why there was one, but there was. After about 7 seconds of awkward silence, Issei spoke. "Hey, is there something you want to talk to me about? You're acting kind of weird." "Well, I was hoping we could talk more about the conversation last night," Akino stated, her cheeks slightly red. "Why do I feel like you're not being completely honest with me?" he asked after several seconds of staring at her. "What do you mean?" she questioned, her face full of confusion. "I mean, there's nothing really left to talk about. I already told you what I planned on doing, so do we really need to have this conversation again?" Issei asked her. "I just want to hear it again," she murmured. A small smirk formed on his face upon hearing that. "Huh, what was that you just said?" he questioned as he invaded her personal space. "I think I might have misheard you, but it sounded like you wanted something from me." "Is it bad to want something from their boyfriend?" Akino questioned with reddened cheeks. "No, not really," Issei answered as he pulled away from her and lifted his bento box off his lap and set it down on the table in front of them. "I just felt like this was my one chance to tease you or attempt to tease you." At this, Akino giggled, which caused Issei's smirk to widen a bit. "You know, these moments are the ones I never want to end," he said aloud as he tilted his head back a little and looked at the ceiling. "I just want them to last forever. They will." Issei, "Once the three factions establish peace, we'll finally be able to live like a normal couple," Akino affirmed as she firmly grasped Issei's hand, causing him to cast her a side glance. "Yeah, you're right," Issei said as he looked back to the ceiling. Issei released a yawn as he made his way to the track field. School had ended for the day, and he would have gone home, but he still needed to talk to Tsubasa. The tall brunette had confessed to him weeks ago, and he didn't give her a proper answer for the longest time, so he needed to do it now. It wasn't right to keep a girl waiting, but he couldn't exactly give her a response in the past due to him being unconscious and spending weeks in heaven recovering from his injuries. However, that didn't mean that he could put it off for 4 more days when she's been waiting for nearly an entire month now. However, he couldn't help it. He had other things to do, and there was a certain someone that he just wanted to spend some alone time with. Sure, he could have talked to her when she was helping them move into the new house, but there were more important things on his mind at the time, so he couldn't. Upon arriving at the track field, Issei was greeted by the sight of Tsubasa and a couple other students setting up the hurdle relay. "Hey Tsubasa, do you got a minute?" he shouted, causing her to turn around and see him waving at her. This action gained the attention of the other students as well, and Issei watched as Tsubasa exchanged a few words with them before jogging over to where he was. After making her way to him, Tsubasa said, "What's up, Issei? I'm kind of in the middle of something." "I know, Sona told me that you were helping the track team set up for a meeting, but we have to talk," Issei answered. "Talk about what?" she questioned with curiosity seeping into her voice. "About us," he said as he gestured to the two of them. "Oh," Tsubasa said as her cheeks became slightly red. "Yeah, so do you want to go somewhere to talk about this?" Issei said as he scratched the back of his neck. He wanted to talk about this in a place where no one could eavesdrop because he didn't want to hear a rumor about how he was apparently cheating on Akino with Tsubasa. Sorry, I told them that I wouldn't take too long, so I can't really go anywhere, she stated with a look of displeasure. At this, Issei frowned. Even though there were no students within hearing, he knew somehow people were going to find out about their conversation. Okay, well, I just want to say that I am sorry for how I responded to you when you told me that you liked me was very rude. To be honest, I regret the response I gave you, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me for it, Issei confessed with a serious look. With that said, Issei continued, causing Tsubasa to stop talking. I was wondering if you still want to go out. What? I can understand if you don't want to. I mean, after what I said, it's understandable. I basically told you that no matter what you do, you wouldn't be a priority in my heart, and that was kind of messed up, Issei said as he avoided making eye contact and rubbed the back of his head. No, I mean, what's up with you asking me like this? She stated with a frown. I of course still like you, but it's just, this doesn't exactly feel right. I feel like you're kind of forcing yourself to do this. Well, if I'm speaking truthfully, there are a lot of things on my mind, he responded. Why don't we talk about it then? I can tell the track team that this is very important, and then we can talk about what's bothering you, Tsubasa stated as she scratched her arm. No, that won't be necessary, Issei said after a couple seconds of thinking. Talking about it won't fix what's bothering me. But it will help you, she replied with a serious look. No, it won't, Issei declared in a voice that was pretty curt before turning around. I'm going to go now. Sorry I couldn't return the feelings you have for me back. Why, Issei, wait, she said as she moved to stop him, only to freeze in place. The reason why she stopped moving was because of the look he was giving her as well as the aura that was radiating from him. The look she saw was something she had never seen before from him, and his aura wasn't any better. It was terrifying. There was nothing but anger and rage. All of the friendliness and compassion that she saw countless times was gone. It was as if the Issei she was just speaking to not that long ago had vanished entirely, and was replaced. Issei? She questioned with uncertainty as he stared at her for several seconds before continuing on his way. What was that I just witnessed? She asked herself as she recalled what just happened. The Lion of Vatican 24. Upon awaking from her slumber, Akino was greeted by the sight of a stone floor and a metal door. Where am I? She asked herself after a couple seconds of looking around with an expression of confusion. She had tried to move her arms only to find out that they were chained up above her head. Not long after asking herself that, she heard a click-like noise and watched as the door opened slightly. Hello, are you awake, my dear devil? Questioned a white-haired male after poking his head out. You, she stated with traces of horror, terror, and shock in her voice. You are that crazy exorcist. TSK, now what did I say about name-calling? The man stated as he stepped through the doorframe, revealing his attire, which was priest garbs. I told you that if you bucking call me names, I'm going to have to punish him, remember? Punish him? Akino repeated with confusion in her voice. Who's him? What's up with that act? You know who I'm talking about, the man stated with a bit of irritation in his voice. However, after a couple of seconds of staring at her face, the man grinned. Wait, are you telling me you've completely forgotten about him? Even though he did a lot to protect you? Who's him? Akino demanded with fear and concern in her tone. She had a feeling the man was referring to Issei, but a part of her just couldn't accept it. Your boyfriend, obviously. Or should I say your bucking ex-boyfriend now, since you've completely forgotten about him? The man answered with a chuckle as he crouched down before her and grabbed a hold of her chin. Where is he, and what did you do to him? Akino declared as she attempted to break free from the chains that bound her. Do you want to see him? The man asked with a wicked grin. I can go get him real quick if you want, it won't take me long. Although, I doubt you'll like what you see. Akino was nervous to answer. She didn't know if this was real or not, but she needed to know what happened to Issei and if he was alright. Why, yes, she answered reluctantly. Okay, I'll be right back, you best not bucking move, the man cheerfully stated before leaving the room. After about a few minutes of sitting there, Akino heard the man's voice. Remember what I told you, Issei, if you speak to her I'm going to have to hurt you, and we don't want that, do we? Hearing this made her heart ache in pain. Please tell me you're alright, please tell me that he hasn't done anything bad to you and that he was lying. Unfortunately, her pleas were in vain, for when she was greeted by the sight of Issei, all she could do was gasp in horror. The man that she considered to be the most handsome man on the planet was no longer that. He had scars, dried blood, scabs, markings, and all sorts of things covering his body. The left side of his face had been scorched entirely, and his right hand was missing. Carved into his chest were the words, "Traitor of Vatican City." "Issei," she said in a teary voice, causing him to lift his eyes up off of the ground. Issei was about to respond, but before he could the white-haired male grabbed a hold of Issei's hair and gave it a firm yank. "What did I say to you, Issei?" "To not speak to her," Issei reluctantly answered in a lifeless tone that ripped her heart to pieces. "That's right," the man said with a smile as he threw Issei into the ground. "I told you," he shouted as he slammed his boot down on him. "To not," he shouted as he slammed his boot down again. Bucking and again. "Speak to her," and again. Issei had released pain-filled groans each time the man's boot hit, which troubled Akino greatly. She didn't want to see this. "Stop," spoke Akino in a teary voice as she watched the man continuously kick Issei. "Please stop." "What did you say?" the man demanded as he ceased his assaulting. "Did you say punish him some more?" "No, I said." "Well, if you bucking insist, hitch," the man cheerfully stated as he pulled out his gun and shot Issei in the back of the knee, making the brown-haired boy release a scream. "Stop it," she shouted as tears began to roll down her cheeks. "Please stop hurting him." "Akino, What the buck did I tell you, dumbass?" the man demanded as he crouched down and lifted Issei up by the hair. "I told you not to bucking talk to her." As he brought the pistol back, Akino cried out at the top of her lungs. "I'll do anything, just please stop hurting him." "Oh?" came the white-haired male's response as he let go of Issei, no longer interested in hurting Issei. "You'll do anything you say?" "Why, yes, just stop hurting him," Akino pleaded as the man approached him. "Akino," spoke Issei in a voice barely above a whisper. "Would you shut the buck up?" the man demanded as he turned around and pointed his gun at Issei's head. "I swear to bucking God, if I hear you say one more thing to her I'm going to bucking end you, so shut the buck up. I don't care what the church told me, you're being a nuisance." Issei was quiet, and just averted his attention to the ground, no longer able to look up at his torturer and the woman he loved. "Now where were we, Akino?" "Akino, wake up," spoke Issei as he gently shook, causing her eyes to snap open. "Hi, Issei. You're alright?" she stated with a bit of confusion latched to her voice. "Bad dream?" he questioned with a somewhat stern look. The way she talked, and the expression she had made it obvious that she had seen something terrible. She started as she sat up. "Yeah, I had a nightmare." "Do you want to talk about it?" Issei asked. "No," Akino said after a few seconds of thinking about it. "I don't really want to." "Are you sure?" he asked, still not sure if she was 100% certain. "Yeah, I'm sure," she affirmed as she laid back down, her eyes shifting from Issei to the ceiling. "I know it wasn't real because Issei is strong and would never give up like that." Issei didn't say anything, but a faint streak of red did spread across his cheeks. After a couple more seconds of silence, Akino spoke again. "Hey Issei, do you have any plans for the day?" "Yeah," he answered as he rubbed the back of his neck before turning around and laying on his back. "I had planned on meeting the Black Cat today." At this, Akino said, "Oh, I see." "Yeah, I had asked her if there was a chance she could help me locate the Excalibur fragments that were stolen." Issei lied as he stared at the ceiling. "And she agreed to help?" Akino asked with a bit of surprise as she gave him a quick glance. "Yeah," he answered with a small nod. "Although she did want something in exchange, but it's nothing that you need to worry about. Once we recover the Excalibur fragments, and stop whoever is behind this, we'll be able to live that life you want. The life we want, Issei. She corrected with a small smile as her fingers interlocked with his. This is the life we both want, right? Issei was quiet as he thought about it for a couple of seconds. Was this the life he truly wanted? A life without killing and having to travel around the world to deal with strays? Yeah, you're right. This is the life we want, Issei declared as he formed a smile. Hearing this, Akino giggled. Afufu, I wonder what Rias will think when she learns of this. Will she freak out and yell, or will she accept this? She will most likely freak out, Issei answered with a chuckle as his thoughts drifted to what his parents would think upon finding out that he was dating a devil. However, upon thinking about them, Issei was reminded of what had happened to them. They were abducted by a monster. Thinking of the dark magic user, Issei began to clench his fists, unaware that he was starting to crush Akino's hand. Issei? Akino questioned with a look of confusion and concern as the pressure increased. Issei, you're hurting me, she said as began to wince. Those words caused Issei to blink and stop what he was doing. Wa Akino, I'm sorry. He apologized after letting go of her hand and sitting up. It's fine, she stated as she grabbed a hold of her hand and checked to make sure it was okay. What was up with you though? Not only were you doing that, but you were starting to leak out this killer aura. It's nothing, he affirmed as he averted his gaze away from her. I'm going to go get ready for the day. Oh, okay, Akino replied, a little unsure what to do at the moment. The thought of prying did cross her mind, but judging by his attitude and sudden need to get ready, she believed that it was best to leave him be and talk to him about it later on tonight. It wasn't hard for Issei to spot Kuroka, for she wasn't exactly blending in. The reason why she stood out was because she was wearing her kimono and had a group of young to old men surrounding her. As he approached the crowd of men in Kuroka, he called out to her. The stray devil who was sitting there with a bored expression on her face perked up almost immediately, and shifted her attention to the young exorcist who called out to her. Issei, she cried out as she quickly got up from the bench she was sitting on and ran over to him, causing the group of men to mutter their disappointment and annoyance. It's good to oof. He began only to release a grunt due to the Nekishu running into him and wrapping her arms around him. He had expected her to stop in front of him, but instead she wanted to hug him. You have no idea how troublesome this task was, Naya, Kuroka stated, her voice slightly muffled because of her having her face buried into Issei's chest. Was it really that difficult? Issei questioned as he watched her rub her face with his shirt. He had a tiny smile on as he observed this. Naya, are you doubting me? She asked as she moved her head back and looked up at him. No, I was just asking out of curiosity, he responded simply. Naya, if you're that curious, then I will tell you, over a meal of course, she replied with a smirk causing Issei to furrow his eyebrows. I don't have time for something like that. I need this information now, Issei stated in a serious tone. At this, Kuroka pouted. She wanted to spend some time with him, but he was being just like Vala, stubborn and not caring for what others think. Can't you wait just a little bit? She asked after a couple seconds of quietness. No, Issei said without a second of hesitation. My priorities right now is finding that dark magic user, so where are they? Kuroka was a little hesitant upon hearing this. She at first had no problems with telling him, but now it felt like Issei had changed. The way he was acting was somewhat similar to Vale when it comes to his father and grandfather. She started only to end up pausing. Was it really the best idea to just give him this information without asking for any of the details or why he is so hellbent on knowing where this man is? Issei questioned with a scowl. He's what? He's not that far from here, Kuroka said with a tiny bit of sadness that Issei didn't seem to notice as she averted her attention to the ground beneath them. Where? He demanded as he grabbed a hold of her shoulders. Kuroka didn't say anything. Kuroka, I need to know. People's lives are in danger, Issei declared in a solemn voice. Tell me who then, she responded as she looked him in the eye. My family, he answered almost immediately. Your family? She questioned with a small frown. Yes, my family was taken by this monster, so tell me where he is. He was almost shouting at this point. If that's the case, then I'll just show you. No, this is a personal matter. Issei denied, not even giving her a chance to explain. I don't need friends or loved ones getting involved, I have to deal with this myself. Fine, I'll tell you. Upon arriving at his destination, Issei kicked down the metal door with all his might, causing it to go flying off the hinges. As the door slid across the floor, he stepped through the doorway and yelled at the top of his lungs. Malcolm, where are you? He was in no mood to joke around and was in his balance breaker. Getting nothing but silence in response, Issei marched over to a small wooden table and picked it up with one hand and threw it against the wall, causing it to smash to bits while shouting, Malcolm. Again he was met with silence, which only seemed to piss him off more. Kuroka had told him everything she had gathered on the man, his name, who he was, who he worked for, pretty much everything about him. After a couple more seconds of silence, though, a voice was heard. Issei, we meet at last. Where are you? Issei demanded as he had Joyeuse come forth. You're not very bright, are you? I had made it painfully obvious, and I'm pretty sure you can feel my powers radiating from the dark corridor ahead of you, but if you need directions, then I guess I'll give you them. I am just straight up ahead of you, all you have to do is walk through the darkness. Came the voice, which seemed to echo throughout the room. Issei didn't say anything in response. In truth, he did sense the man's powers from outside, but he had suspected the man to be waiting for him at the entrance, so when he didn't see the man, his rage had taken over. What's this I sense? Came Malcolm's voice, a tiny trace of amusement in his voice. Am I sensing a bit of hesitation? And from the Lion of Vatican City? I guess even lions can be. Shut up. Issei interrupted, anger latched to his voice. Hey, someone's a little mad, he said with a chuckle. But don't worry, I bet you have that lion inside of you telling you to stay calm, and not to let your anger guide you. He had made his voice even deeper to make it sound as if he was being wise. At this, Issei's eyes did widen a little. Since he began this journey to the man's hideout, Regulus had been speaking to him almost non-stop about what he should and shouldn't do, and the number one thing he had been telling Issei was to not get mad. I know a lot about you, Issei, Malcolm continued. After all, I have spent some time with your family, and I must say, it has been incredibly hard to resist feasting on them. Especially that mother of yours, might I say her soul looks delicious. Shut up. Issei repeated as his fist began to shake. He didn't know why the corridor was pitch black, but he could sense the magic from it, and knew that the man was trying to bait him into it. Oh ho ho, or else what? He questioned. I'm inside my room with your family right now, and you're outside of it. I could just set up some barriers and begin feasting on them, and you wouldn't be able to do a damn thing. He snapped upon hearing this, and charged into the dark corridor, no longer caring if he was about to experience the worst pain of his life. Little did anybody know, the events that had taken place here today would change the world forever. The Lion of Vatican 25. Opening his eye, Issei was welcomed to the sight of a stone flooring and cockroach. Wah, he started as he blinked a few times and scanned the area with his eye. From what he could see, he was in a cell. Where am I? Not long after asking himself that, did Issei feel metal chains wrapped around his wrists. They weren't handcuffs, and they felt very heavy. Moving his hands in front of him, and causing the sound of metal scraping against stone, Issei was welcomed to the sight of silvery chains with a padlock on it. Seeing this made him frown. The chains led to something, but the question was to what? Turning his body over slightly, he used his elbows to lift himself off of the ground somewhat before using his hand to push himself up and turn back over to where he was sitting on his butt. Once he got into this position, he began to try recalling recent events, and it didn't take him long to remember said events. Charging through the black corridor, Issei slammed into something and broke through what sounded and felt like a wooden door. Upon breaking through it was when he began to feel something. It was a tingly sensation, but he wasn't feeling any pain. In fact, it felt as if there was something trying to pierce through his white and gold armor. He didn't know what it was because he couldn't see at all, but he knew that there was something trying to get through it. "Welcome to my chambers, Issei," spoke Malcolm with a bit of excitement, causing Issei to look around in an attempt to spot the man through the blackness. "Allow me to let you see real quick." And just like that, the sensation he was feeling was gone, and Issei was able to see what was in front of him. "Malcolm," the armored exorcist stated upon seeing the black-robed man who carried a staff-like spear. "That's my name," he responded with amusement in his voice. "You sure mention it a lot." "Where's my family?" Issei demanded almost immediately. He didn't see his family, nor did he sense them. All he could sense was the dark magic that radiated inside this room. "They're somewhere here," Malcolm lazily stated as he spun his hand in a circle. "But you shouldn't worry about them, for they're not going to be fighting the dark." Issei didn't say anything. Instead, he tightened his grip on Joyeuse. "Heh," he chuckled as he stared at the armored exorcist. "Do you even know what you're in right now?" "Does it matter?" Issei questioned as he mentally prepared himself to dart forward at Malcolm. "No, I guess it really doesn't, but this is going to be your last conversation, so you might as well know," Malcolm stated with a shrug of his shoulders. "I could say the same for you," Issei responded as he narrowed his eyes. "Oh, scary, did Regulus tell you that?" he said in an amused tone. "Anyways, all I have to do is just break your armor, and then you become nothing but a dried-up corpse. It was smart of you to come in here in your balance breaker, for you would have experienced hell, because my magic drains you of life and gives it to me just like a succubus would, except I don't give you pleasure." "Thanks, I'll make sure you don't break it then," Issei responded before bolting towards the masked man. As soon as he moved, darkness enveloped all around him, and he was back to not being able to see and feeling that sensation he felt earlier. "Lord, cast your holy light," he started. "Not so fast," came a voice from behind Issei, causing him to whirl around and block something. "I said you were going to fight in the dark, didn't I?" Issei gritted his teeth as he felt what he was blocking withdraw, only to feel something blunt hit his right arm, followed by his left arm. It didn't hurt that much, but the pain was there. Issei began the chant again, but right before he could finish it, his sixth sense screamed at him, telling him to move. Deciding to not question it due to it never being wrong in the past, Issei jumped to his left and heard the faint sound of something was past him. "I need to be able to see," he said to himself as he tried to listen to Malcolm's footsteps. The man was toying with him, and was trying to make Issei feel as if his efforts were going to be in vain. As Regulus told him to try doing the chant again, a thought crossed his mind. "Regulus, give me the eye of a Nemean lion," Issei requested before being hit in the chest by what felt like a humongous wave of water. "You didn't think I was just going to attack with my spear, did you?" Malcolm questioned with amusement. "I can control everything in this room. I am the god of this room." "Issei," Regulus said in a serious tone as the brown-haired youth laid on his backside. "I need to see, and he doesn't know that we can do this," Issei stated before rising to his feet. "That's not the problem. You will be temporarily blind. It's not an instant thing," Regulus responded as Issei listened to his instincts again, only to be hit in the back by again felt like a wave of water. "I already am blind, aren't I?" Issei curtly said as he swung Joyeuse in front of him and hit something, causing the sound of metal hitting metal to echo throughout the room. "At this rate, my armor will break, and I for sure will die. I can't do any chant because he will keep on interrupting me. It's only a matter of time before I lose." At this, Regulus didn't say anything. If he manifested in his lion form, Issei would be killed, so all he could do at the moment is be his armor and try to give him advice. "Fine, I will give you the eye of the Nemean lion, Issei," Regulus stated. "Prepare yourself." Nothing happened at first, but after a couple of seconds, Issei felt tremendous pain course through his left eye, causing him to fall to his knees and clutch his head with both of his hands, while crying out in agony. "Oh, what is this?" Malcolm asked, who had ceased his moving around and stood a couple feet to Issei's left. "Is there something wrong with your head?" Issei didn't respond. He instead continued to cry out in pain, demanding for what he was going through to stop. This made Malcolm frown. He didn't penetrate Issei's armor, and the dark magic inside of him wasn't acting up, so why was the boy in pain? Getting annoyed with Issei's wailing, Malcolm started to approach the armored exorcist, but just as he was about to reach him, Issei picked up his sword and swung it at him, causing him to reel back and watch as the sword barely missed him. "You," he said as he glared at the youth who was now standing with blade in one hand. "You almost killed me." "That's the point," came his short response before moving towards the black-robed man and swinging Joyeuse at him, forcing him to block the attack. "How?" he shouted, not understand how Issei was able to figure out that he was standing right there. "How did you know I was standing right here?" Issei didn't say anything, he just sent slash after slash at Malcolm, making him have no choice but to block the attacks. Not getting a response from the exorcist pissed him off even more. He held all the cards in his hands, so how did he figure out where he was? "Answer me," Malcolm roared in anger, as he pushed Issei's sword away with his spear and attempted to impale him, only for Issei to dodge the attack. "Why don't you come over here and kill me to find out?" "Issei," came a very familiar voice, causing Issei to snap from his thoughts and look to his right, and see his father laying on the ground not that far from him with silvery chains wrapped around his wrists that appeared to be connected to his. "Dad?" Issei said aloud, completely taken back that he didn't see his father earlier, but also happy to see him. "It's... What are you doing here?" his father interrupted as he sat up. It was at this point that Issei noted that his father had a prosthetic arm attached to him, something he didn't expect to see, for his father had no problem showing his battle scars. "What do you mean?" he replied, not understanding what his father was asking him. "I mean, what are you doing here in this cell with me?" his father stated as he stared at his son. "Shouldn't you be trying to rescue us?" "Let me answer that question for him," came a deep man's voice, causing both Hyoudous to direct their attention to a man that had 10 black angel wings sprouting out of his back, who had stepped out of a magic circle and was accompanied by 2 other males who had 2 pairs of black angel wings. "Kuoh," Issei's father said in a low tone as he stared at the pale man. "In the flesh," the man with 10 wings said with a grin. "It's good to see you again, Mr. Hyoudou, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Issei Hyoudou." "What do you want, and where is my family?" Issei asked with a frown. He had heard about Kuoh, and to put it simply, the fallen angel was someone that he shouldn't trifle with. He was strong, and from what his mentors had told him, strong enough to give them a run for their money. "You sounded just like your father there, and your family is here as well," Kuoh stated, his smile never wavering. "However, none of that doesn't matter at the moment. First, I want you two to come with me, and after we arrive at our destination we can begin chatting." Neither of the Hyoudous liked the way Kuoh said the last part. Unfortunately, either of them were in a position to deny the fallen angel. Both of them were chained up, and for some reason Issei couldn't get a hold of Regulus, which was very strange. Deciding not to resist, the 2 Hyoudous got up willing, and upon getting up Kuoh began to clap his approval. "I'm glad you're not resisting, this makes things much easier. Now let's go." Upon finishing teleporting, Issei was greeted to a very surprising sight. Strung up to the wall, all battered and bruised, were the members of the exorcist team that was sent by Vatican City. What are you guys doing here?" Issei practically shouted in surprise, not being able to hide the shock. He didn't put up any resistance because he was secretly hoping that they'd figure something out and come to his rescue. Nero started, but was interrupted Kuoh. "Allow me to explain that, Issei Hyoudou," Kuoh began, his grin still written on his face. "However, I first need you to get out of these chains, and have your father tied to that." Issei had followed what the man was pointing to, and it didn't take long for Issei's face to contort to one of horror. What the cadre gestured to was a large bucket that was being suspended in the air. He didn't know what was in it, but from what he saw dripping from it he could only assume it was molten metal or something similar to that. The reason why it was dripping was because what kept it up in the air was a fallen angel who was holding onto a chain right behind it. "Why?" Issei said aloud, his voice trembling slightly. He didn't know what Kuoh had planned, but he could tell that it was bad, and because of the situation he was in right now, he couldn't help from feeling small and useless. I'll explain it all in a minute. For now, let's just take it all one step at a time, the pale man said before laughing. You're a monster, Nero said aloud with a look of pure disgust. He's an abomination is what you mean, Zenobia stated with a firm look. If either of you says one more thing, I will cut out Issei's other eye and feed it to his dad. This is a private discussion, and none of you are involved. You all are merely witnesses, so be quiet. Once Issei's chains were removed, Kokobile tied the chains around the bucket, causing more of it to spill onto the ground due to the movement. Alright, now that we got that done, the fallen angel leader said as he landed on the ground. I need you, Issei Hyoudou, to come over here and hold onto this chain. Now I really need you to hold onto it, for if you let go, your father is going to die. Wah, Issei replied with fear written clear as day on his face. I said get over here, and hold on to this chain, human, Kokobile declared, traces of anger in his voice. With great reluctance, Issei approached the cadre and his subordinate, and grabbed a hold of the chain, which prompted the fallen angel with one pair of wings to let go of it, and move to where all the other fallen angels stood. That's a firm grip, Kokobile said as he glanced at Issei's hands. I bet if that was someone's wrists you would have broken their bones. What is it you want from us? Issei asked, as he looked at Kokobile. He was trying to hide the fear in his voice, but he couldn't. He was afraid of what was going to happen to his dad. I don't like that look, Kokobile replied as he grabbed a hold of the fabric that was wrapped around his head. Hold still, I want this piece of cloth gone. After unwrapping the white cloth that covered his eye, Issei's father along with the team of exorcists were able to see the remains of his right eye. There we go. That's much better, Kokobile said with an even wicked grin than before. You bastard, Issei's father said with anger in his voice. Leave my son alone. No, I need him to know what he's done, Kokobile stated as he sent him a look before reverting his attention to Issei, who was right now trying to get into contact with Regulus, but like before was unsuccessful. What did I do? Issei asked, uncertainty latched to his voice. Well, let's take a look at that, shall we? Kokobile stated as he had a sword made of pure light manifest into his hands. You killed some of my men, you killed my best human subordinate, and you've killed fallen angels in the past. I'd say you've done a lot, don't you agree? Issei began to sweat upon hearing this, and it didn't take long for him to start having some trouble keeping the molten metal from pouring down on his father. However, I can let bygones be bygones, Kokobile continued as he walked past Issei's father and stopped right behind him. But first I need you to understand the gravity of the situation. With no hesitation or warning, Kokobile brought the sword to the back of the older Hyoudo's thigh and sliced it, causing him to release a pain-filled cry and nearly fall to the ground, which almost made the bucket spill the molten metal on top of it. What are you doing? Stop, Issei cried out as he yanked the chain as hard as possible, stopping it from pouring onto his father. Kokobile didn't respond at first. Instead, he stood there and listened not only to Issei's plea to stop, but the exorcist team's pleas. Like I said, I need you to understand the gravity of the situation, Kokobile stated as he turned around and watched Issei struggle to keep the liquid from pouring onto his father. I need you to understand that this isn't a joke, and that I'm being completely serious. I get it, now please help him, Issei begged, not caring about his pride or anything like that. I'll do whatever you say, just please don't kill my father. You say that now, but I highly doubt that, the cadre stated with a look of skepticism. I promise I'll become your subordinate, whatever you ask, just please don't kill him, Issei pleaded. As he said this, Issei began to mentally scream for Regulus, asking for him to come forth and help him, but all he was met with was silence. Issei, his father said in a low tone as he struggled to stand upright. Kokobile hummed as the sword of pure light disappeared. It's tempting, really it is, but I think I love that expression you're making. In fact, I had originally planned on making you my subordinate, but now I have a different goal. I want to break you, and I'm going to break you in this next sentence. Are you ready? Because here it comes. Pausing for the dramatic effect, Kokobile said in a voice loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. God is dead. Hearing this caused Issei's grip to loosen for a split second, and in that split second all of the molten metal that was in the bucket spilled onto his father, causing him to release screams of agony before abruptly being cut off. "No," Issei said as he fell to his knees, not even being able to process what he had just heard and done. "No, this is all a nightmare." At this, Kokubile laughed. "Oh, it's far from a nightmare, but you want to know what the best part is? You just killed your father. Not me." And it was at this moment that something broke inside of Issei. The Lion of Vatican released a roar filled with nothing but pain, sorrow, regret, sadness, and anger. As he did this, Kokubile laughed like a maniac and listened to both Nero and Zenobia, who had begun hurling insults to him. The shock was too much for Irina and Asia, so upon hearing this the two passed out. Once Issei's roar had finished, he began to mumble some words to himself. "Echo through the skies the roar of my raging soul." These were the words of the damned. "Let the earth shake again under the power of these clawed hands." These were the words of the one who were victims. "Let the heavens above and the underworld feel the wrath of this beast." These were the words that people who didn't deserve injustice used. "I am the Golden King of Lions." These were the words of the former users of Regulus Nemea. "And I'll wear this golden mantle to bring ruin to my enemies once more." And these were the words that belonged to those who sought revenge upon those who had wronged them. "Break down the beast, climb over." This was what Regulus never wanted Issei to use.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.